Hi!
Yeah.
Hi! Nobody saw that, which happened earlier. Hello, welcome. So when weird things like that happen that I think, should I keep that entire thing where the weird thing happened? And then there's like more minutes of starting soon for the VOD? Or should I just cut it off on the VOD because no one's gonna want to sit through like 3 minutes of the continuing to wait, blah blah. Hi! Welcome. Hello. Hi. I believe you're here. I can feel the head pads. Like, I can't see anything. Well, that might be because you threw the cheese at me.
Juustoa.
Hi. Welcome, Stu15 and Psych. I'm guessing it's going to be Chris, but I'm saying Stu. I'm sorry. It looks a little bit like a mix of a string and a character. Stu. Anyway. Hi. Welcome, Psych. Welcome, Stu. Welcome, Crazy Kitty. Oh my goodness me. Hi. Welcome, Beat. I'm a crazy kitty. Well, I'm not really. I'm just a weird kitty. I'm sorry. I'm not going to steal your craziness. I'm just weird. Bye, cheese. Thank you for the pats, Tanner. Thank you for the pats, Crazy. Thank you for the pats, Stewie. From a while ago. Welcome, Fizz Bounce and Beat Up and Umi Pie. Balls. Why balls? Oh, because I was throwing a ball out from underneath the desk, I guess. Slap that Pookie with cheese? No! Stop that! Jeez. I wasn't ready at the time. I wasn't even appeared. Hi, Christopher. Welcome. And hi, Chaos. And hi, Umi. That was the wrong button. Oh, wait, that's me. I said that was the wrong button. Yeah, that was the wrong button. I didn't mean to go to this view before anything was ready. And there was just silence. Although there was a model at least. I wasn't T-posing either. I got my tracking up. Why? I was like, that was the fastest starting soon screen so far. In the olden days, I didn't used to always take so long to set up. It was always like at least 5 minutes ago. I was more like, oh no, maybe that slap the Pookie was a bit over the line. Now she's going to yell at me. Well, I couldn't. I had no sound. I was going, but there was no sound. There was also no reverb because the sound wasn't set up. Hi, GD as well. Welcome. Jumps. No, now I'm actually appearing. Hi. Sorry. Welcome, Tanner, as well. Hi. Hey! Why? Hi, Devil. Welcome. Hi! I just slapped the mic, sorry. I guess me slapping the mic is, making up for the something. Wait, I never checked the hand calibration. Oh, it's not too bad today. Interesting.
Do you know?
What the hell?
Fromage.
God, I was too busy checking my hand calibration. I didn't realize there was cheese being thrown at me. Hi. Welcome, Omni. Welcome. This is my yearly shout. What the fuck do you mean yearly? What do you mean yearly? What is this? Hello. Welcome, everybody. I hope you're doing right. I have saved the kidneys already. Let me posture check and hydrate as well. Posture check is coming. Wait, why does this thing just go in sometimes so I can't lean back? Ah! It's me leaning far back on the chair. Ah! And hydration, which is the thing I can do now.
Cheap.
Cheap. Hi, welcome, Cabbage. Sliding in there. I see you. Hi, thank you for the claps as well. Reaper has that same problem, by the way, of the sounds cutting off because there aren't enough sound buffers. So I know that it should be... I feel if it is that same bug, it should be pretty easy to fix. When there are many sounds playing at once, that starts happening. The little wobbling tail is so cute. I have to show that. I've got to show that. Hi, Devnal as well. Welcome. I'm going to press the button just so that I can show this. Look at this. Hold on. Look here. Look down here. We got a little wiggling, little tiny short long uke waving and saying hi. Okay, I'm not ready yet. Stop getting a sneak preview of what I'm going to do. I haven't even talked about it yet. It is! It's really cute. Posture cheese. Hey!
Cheese.
Posture cheese. That does sound like a... It kind of sounds like a brand, doesn't it? If I were to ever make cheese, would it be called posture cheese? I don't think it would. Thank you for the pants as well. Devon. Hi. I feel like I was going to say something. This is why I'm hesitating, but... I think the train of thought is long gone. I would imagine a kind of cheese. Yes. I thought I was going to say a kind cheese for a second. Oh my goodness, the green screen spinning something. It looks like a Godot fish. I don't know, it just looks like the style of game that I see most people making in Godot. Spinning around.
Lactose-filled dairy product.
Choo choo, yep, it's left the station. The thought has left the station. Kind cheese versus a mean cheese. Well, it's kind of funny, isn't it? Some people say that's a pretty mean cheese when they actually mean it's a good thing, right? It's a bit weird. Anyway, hi Vidiman, welcome, welcome. Hello Arduino cat. Hello Arduino chat. Oh, it's cute. Oh my goodness. I had a mix of needing to burp and hiccup, and it was a weird noise that came out. Thankfully, it was mostly too quiet for the mic to hear. Ah!
Cheers.
It is a Godot fish. Ha! I knew it! I knew it! I need to start calling this style Godot when it's so recognizable. It's like probably already has another name though. Just generally low texture resolution and low poly count, I guess. Ah!
Cheese.
No, Godot doesn't have to be like that, but it's probably easier to make that way. I mean, it certainly would be for me. I find pixel art easier. Speaking of pixel art, that's actually kind of related to the stream, but not really. I'm not going to be doing the pixel art, but it's for the project that will be. Thank you for the pass, Estetin. Also, hi, Estetin. Welcome, welcome.
Why am I evil now? Why am I retro evil? You can tell there's cheese on my face because it's sliding in front of my eyes. Up, cheapers. Hello. Hello. Oh, it's in front. Wait, where's behind? And? There we are. There we are! Look at those motion blurred characters. Retro evil?
Post.
Yeah, the holy and the retro looks really cool as well. You get glowy phosphors. Hi Lotus! Hi Belgium! Welcome, welcome! Welcome! Oh, okay, it stopped. Oh, that's a deeper one.
Oh, okay. Those eyes look very yummy because it's all mmm. Yeah, there's some fun combinations. I feel like I'm still... Even just last stream I discovered a weird combination that I hadn't seen before. Well, it wasn't exactly the combination, it was like what happened when one was going away while another was coming in, or something like that. Some kind of interesting transition moment of the redeems. Oops. I just pushed a kill. That I hadn't seen before. It's interesting. Oh no! Why is the long nuke despairing and then running away and like splitting in two, and the two halves of her body are going in two separate directions? Cabbage. What is that? Look at that. Oh, look at that. Ah, I can't get it. Oh! Wow. Why am I sensitive there? I'm back. Hi. Test this. First time I use this. Really? It's also something she said testist. As in you can be test, you can be tester. Well, you can actually be tester. A tester. Then you can be testist. Testiest. Thank you for the follow, Sean Market. Welcome, welcome. 3. Ah! If I'm pronouncing that correctly. Wait, why are her hands running away now? What is that, Cabbage? Why are her hands departing? It looks like one of the hands goes into her and the other one just goes away from her. Anyway. Let's zoom out a bit. Disarmed? Oh my god. Hi, welcome. I hope everybody's doing alright. I spent a while last night. Okay, so I should probably back up a bit. We'll just start from the beginning.
Cheese.
Why cheese? There we are. That's the beginning. That's how it all started. It actually isn't. I didn't have the cheese redeem when I first started streaming, but that was Minnie's idea.
mouse.
Whoa, the bug is coming towards her and she's getting excited. Sorry, these emote combos are so nice. Can I like shift control zoom in on these? I cannot. Oh, I can! Oh my god! Wow, okay. I can't do it with the mouse, the scroll wheel, but I can do it with Control Plus if this panel is focused. I had no idea!
WDCAT.
Hi! Welcome to there's a mix of Trade Splatter and Weird Cat. I was reading the Weird Cat at the same time. Sorry. Hi, Trade Splatter. Welcome. How are you doing? Jeez. Now I can zoom out on here and show more stuff at once. Thank you very much for the resub. Maybe that's zoomed out too far. Maybe something like that. Who knows? Hi! So I'm wanting to make a little kind of Tamagotchi style thing. Maybe it'll be called Pet Long Nuke or Long Nuke Park or something like that. I don't know. She isn't weird. I'm weird. I don't know if Trades is weird or not. I didn't mean to. She's just British. Look. You can be both. These are not mutually exclusive. So yeah, I'm wanting to make like a little Tamagotchi style thing, and it's going to be like using an actual LCD, and it's going to be powered by in like not in the real powered by, but in like the Silicon Valley kind of powered by. But I don't know why they always say powered by and then they say what something is controlled by, like what software is running. In this case, it's the hardware that's running it. It's going to be running on the hardware that is also on the Arduino Uno. Because that has like, you know, I don't know, it'd be fun to try and get it to fit into like small things, 2 kilobytes of RAM and stuff. Nothing wrong with being weird. I might even consider it an advantage. It depends. It depends, I guess, what you're trying to do. Hi, Spray Rider. Welcome. And hi, Maple. Welcome. And Cinnamon Doctoral. Hi. Hello, everybody. How are you all doing? So yeah, I finally found an Arduino Uno, except it's actually not, it's branded LQ Uno, but it's literally, it's an Arduino Uno, that's what it is. Arduino is open source hardware, so it's fine for other people to make their own versions and sell it. Anyway, you need just the right amount of weird for it to be an advantage. Yeah, I guess so. And there are many different ways to be weird as well. It's like I don't know, many dimensional space, and if any of these, if you diverge from the origin of whatever is considered normal on any axis too far, then it's like, I just made Tropicana like pizza. What is Tropicana pizza? Tropicana is a juice over here, I thought. Hi. It makes me imagine Hawaiian pizza though, because like tropical, yeah.
I had 11 sisters while growing up. Now 3 of them identify as non-binary.
Okay. I can tell it 1 is 3 in binary, but I have to actually process this. Holy, hold on. What would this mean? Oh, I see. So growing up they were binary and now they're not. Okay, I get it. I fully get it. Nice. Hi, Jokever. That was a bit of a brain teaser for me. Tease my brain. Actually, please don't. And hi, Linted as well. Welcome. Direction. Oh no. Having these hands remind me of the ones that like always used to be held up in this really old game show that was like aired over here. It was like it was called Gladiator, and they've recently started making a new series. I couldn't believe it when I saw it recently. And people in the audience used to have these giant foam hands with like their finger pointing up in the audience going, ah! I don't know why, but it reminds me of that. Anyway, there you go, weird reference. Tease the Ukraine. Please don't make it go all squishy like that. Binary 1 equals decimal 3. True. Yes, I got that much quickly, but I was trying to work out if they were now non-binary. Yeah, you know what I mean. Something. Foam fingers. Ah! Why? What did I do? Okay, so since this is going to be like an actual real-life little Tamagotchi thing, probably bigger, you know. Did you give Astatin Hanyan? Oh, wait! Oh, hang hang on. Oh my god, I didn't check the redeems. Thank you. I mean, I did. I checked pause to check and hydrate. I'm scrolling. There it is. Oh, it's only 1 minute ago. Okay, it would have got worse though if you hadn't brought it up. Okay, stop. I'm fine. I'm yanning. Jeez. For the acetone. Wait, why didn't we restart? I didn't mean to restart it. That's pretty much already finished. We'll go to the next track. What? Thank you. Why the cheese though? Foam a friend, yes. Wait, no, foam a friend makes it sound like you're like squirting the sprayable foam. Why is there like a blank area at the top where there's no logo? What's going on here? Why is it no logo? Why did I do that? Why did I do that? Get in there, Arduino logo. There we are. I've been yanless for a minute and I'm now fulfilled. I'm glad. So since, okay, fine, I deserve that one, jeez. So since I'm, since I am, this is going to be like running on a real little thing and it's going to be running on batteries. I want it to last on batteries for a long time. It'd be really nice if it could last like several days, you know? I mean, it'd be really nice if it could last many weeks, but I think that's unrealistic for me because I've never made a thing where I've cared about power saving stuff before and stuff, you know. Jailed for not checking redeems. True, I get it. So I've been looking into ways to make the microcontroller run more efficiently, basically. Use less power is what I actually mean. So I put like a little list of things. So last night I spent like hours reading through the thingy, and basically there seemed to be a whole bunch of ways to hold on, let me get rid of this. Something's in the way. Get out of here. So we're not using it yet. To save power, using a lower CPU clock speed if possible. I think this will affect these, but I'm not sure if these compensate for the lower CPU speed or not. Serial baud rate certainly won't, and PWM frequency won't. These might. So these are functions that are built into the Arduino, and the way the Arduino works is you have like this. Well, yeah, specifically the Arduino has like a little crystal that is oscillating at 16 meg. I think it's 16 megahertz. And not being divided by down. Yeah, it is running at 16 megahertz. And then inside that goes into the microcontroller. And inside the microcontroller, there's this little, there's basically a little thing that can divide that frequency down. And by default, it's dividing by 1. In other words, it's not changing it. But you can divide it by 2, or 4, or 8, or 16, or 32, or 64, or 128, or 256. And then the output of that is what gets used for everything inside the chip. So you can actually have everything running at a lower clock speed and using a bit less energy. Why wide? Why? What did I do? Megahertz, gigahertz? Oh no, wait, she's confused? Oh no. Why is she like super confused? I mean, I would be as well. Your numbers kept increasing. Ah, I see. So yeah, and then that divided clock gets used for like everything else. It gets used for the CPU clock. It gets used as a timing base for the timers. Like you can't get them to run. Like if you have the CPU running at like 1 megahertz, you can't have a timer running at, 8 megahertz because you can only divide it down. What is YW? You're welcome. Oh, why wide? Oh, when will I add that? I really should add that. This is also a big one. So these two I played with last night. And this one I think is the hardest. Oh, I also did this. So yeah, delay and millis, these are like functions built into the Arduino SDK. And they use a timer. I think timer 0. There are 3 timers in the Arduino, 0, 1, and 2. And they use timer 0. And I'm not sure if they take into account the speed, the the CPU clock is running out. I'm not sure. You got questioned, oh, it's much more than 149 times? Is it actually that many? I really wonder if it's that many. I'm not sure. Surely not. Maybe 20. Maybe even 30. I'd be really surprised if it was 149. As many as that. Random number. Well. So instead of just like having a delay, as in like, so the way delay works, by the way, is it just goes into like a tight loop over and over and over, just like blocking for a while until, you know, enough clock cycles have gone, meaning enough time has passed. So delay is what you use when you want it to wait for a little while. So if you put delay 10, it would wait for 10 milliseconds, for example. But what if you actually, if you're not wanting it to do anything for a while, why have it just sitting, maxing itself out in a loop? I mean, like, it's always running at full power. Maxing out is not really a concept with the AVR controllers. Always just running at whatever speed. But instead of just running continually at full blast, why don't you just why don't you actually like sit and wait for a little while? Can you like shut down some things? Can you like just turn off the clock to the CPU for a little while and just keep a timer running in the background to say, after a little while, hey, it's time to wake up. Yes, you can. So that's what I was experimenting with.
Okay, that is actually pretty evil, telling someone to wake up. Hello, it is your wake-up call. Time to get up and do things. Okay, I'm done. Wait, why am I quiet? Oh, there we go. I accidentally made the mic face away from me. Hold on. There we are. Why am I quiet? Anyway. Hi, Sleepy Tail. It is I, the Duke of a Little Evil. So yeah, why must evil Luke do this? I don't know. What a perfect modified emote to explain
what I'm doing. Okay, I'm back. Hi. Turn off your CPU. Yeah. This is the kind of shenanigans you can do with a microcontroller. Okay, so Yuri! Hi! Welcome! Hoot. Right instruction. Oh, not exactly like that. Just, well, actually I kind of wonder if that's what it does internally. But it's more that it just stops clocking the CPU. So it just won't do any instructions. And then I'm assuming it's the instructions themselves that are taking the power and stuff. And then other things, if you're not going to be doing instructions, executing instructions, then there are some other things that you probably don't need to have powered up at the same time as well. Anyway, so that's what I was playing around with. So I actually want to show this. So the Arduino has a bunch of ways to save time. By the way, this is a fucking 662-page manual. This microcontroller is like immense inside. You've got like entire miniature manuals for things inside the main datasheet here. Like there's just like pages and pages on just timer 2, which is what I was reading last night about how to control the timer too, because it can run in a bunch of different modes and it can do different things at different times. It can have 2 different numbers that it responds on. As in, like, it can do things when the count reaches 2 different values and when it overflows, and it can toggle a pin on and off, or it can turn it explicitly on or off or do nothing to a pin, and then like also trigger interrupts, and yeah. Anyway, it's a big manual and all the chips I'm using combined. Oh my god. So, I quite like it. It is like everything. I've been able to do whatever I've wanted so far by reading this enough, but sometimes it's hard to find exactly where the information is. I mean, there are a bunch of links, thankfully. Anyway, if I search for power down, where's the main sleep section? case in point. Well, I know it's near the beginning, so I don't know why I'm continuing to search. I didn't know they're flipping graphs for showing the flipping current usage in the different modes. That's pretty cool. I was about to try and measure it myself. What the fuck? Okay, can we get out of here? Where's the main thing? Here we are! Right, okay. So, there's a bunch of different ways to go to sleep. By default, like, all of these clocks are running. And... wait, what's that? It just... And then you can also have a bunch of ways of waking up. The deeper the sleep you go into, the more things are disabled, therefore the fewer ways you can come back out of sleep. Standby, for example, mostly you can only come out of sleep based on if someone physically presses one of the, like, makes a physical connection on one of the pins, which is how a lot of things like go to, you know, the soft power down thingy, where you have to press a button to turn it on. But, yeah. Really interestingly, it can also always turn on if there's a 2-wire interface address match. Like, it's interesting. Like, I don't know why, but it is. It is not spent to a datasheet and a reference manual. Datasheet and reference manual. Well, there is this one and the instruction set, which I guess is fair because, like, this is just the AVR instruction set, which is, like, you know, there are many, many different AVR microcontrollers, so it makes sense to have that separate, I guess. Imagine you, like, if you had to, like, remake every single manual whenever you make a correction to the instruction set manual. It feels like built into every single datasheet. Sheesh. Datasheet. Documentation isn't crap. Yeah, it's actually not crap. Like, not at all. And yeah, so I'm using this mode here, which is called power save, because this is like the lowest power usage sleep mode that can wake itself up, if you like. The timer 2 can wake up. So I can just set up timer 2 to say, hey, wake me up in I don't know, a little while. Spoiler alert, you can't have very long sleep times with this one. The longest timer 2 can get at 8 megahertz CPU speed is 30 milliseconds, which is not very long. So we wake up, we see if we've woken up enough times yet. And if not, we just add 1 to the count of times we've woken up and go straight back to sleep. And then we'll wake up a while. How many times have we woken up? Not enough yet. Back to sleep we go. Anyway, I feel very, like, I feel like a sort of a closeness to the Arduino when I'm doing this. Like, it's very relatable. Where's my screen gone? It's very relatable. I too wake up all the time and then try to go back to sleep and then wake up and go back to sleep and wake up and go back to sleep. And then eventually it's like, oh, well, I've been trying enough now. I guess it's time to actually stay awake this time. Anyway, thank you for the panskins. Not for the cheese though. Hi. Wake me up before... Ooh, Coco. Yes. That's snooze button. Yeah, that is a micro sleep indeed. And it's a microcontroller. Hi, Paz. Welcome. Repeat, please. Repeat. I've barely begun. Welcome. The curse of nano sleep. But yeah, that's the longest I can get. That's with the timer 2 starting timing all the way from 0 going up all the way to 255 with the biggest divisor possible. So that it takes a full 1024 main clocks for it to count up by 1, and it still only lets it sleep 30 milliseconds. Wait. Am I stupid? I can change the CPU clock whenever I want. Why don't I just make the CPU clock be clocked way down? I'm saying CPU clock because it's the clock that the CPU uses, but like, what I really mean is like the master clock thingy that everything derives from. Why don't I just change the main clock speed just like way down? and then go to sleep, you know? And then the timer too will be running more slowly, so I can stay asleep for longer. I actually don't know if that would save much time though. Anyway, I mean power. I don't know if that'll actually save much power. Because we're only staying awake for like very few cycles and then going straight back to sleep. Like we're only staying awake for as long as it takes for the clock to stabilize, which is like, we have no control over that. That's just whatever the microcontroller does. And then however many cycles it takes to say, hey, you know, we're going to sleep now. I'm trying to make, like, fill in dead air while I just really look for the Arduino window. Anyway, here it is. And then there's finally one more thing that I'm currently doing, which is when I'm going to sleep, I can also, so built into this microcontroller is also a brownout detection circuit. Brownout is when the power supply, the voltage drops too low for the Arduino or the microcontroller to like reliably operate. And so the brownout detects when this voltage is getting, we're getting dangerously low. If the voltage gets much lower, who knows what is going to happen, you know, stuff is going to misbehave. So we'll hard cut power at this point. Like we'll put the microcontroller into reset mode when the power gets too low. Because it's much more preferable for the Arduino or for the microcontroller to be like in a known safe reset state, so that when the voltage comes back up, it's just going to start executing from the beginning, just like normal power up. Versus like, I think this instruction that says add, it looks a little bit like a jump. Let's jump to a random point in memory and I guess this, you know, it could do anything. So that's the thing that exists. More receipt, yeah. Arduino! I mean, Nova! I just called you Arduino! Nova, hi! Welcome! Sorry. Although at least that wasn't an insulting word. Hi, Nova, how are you doing? New nickname unlocked. How are you doing, Nova? Hi, Klunk, welcome. Nova, Arduino, yeah. Nova is now forever Arduino. Oh, it's gonna be such a weird intro. It's so like obscure. I'm not even gonna remember it the next time I get the opportunity to say hi to Nova. Derp prevention. You could call it derp prevention, yeah. Which is definitely what DP stands for and nothing else. So what you can do is if you're going to be going to sleep, basically these sleeps are only for like a tiny amount of time, right? About 30 milliseconds. Run, Yuki's gonna underclock you and force you to micro sleep. You're gonna sleep for a full 32 milliseconds, Nova. Force me to sleep sounds amazing. Oh, Nova, I know. Nova, I was just saying how I feel like a connection to this code, because it can only sleep for like about 32 milliseconds and then it wakes up. And then like, if it hasn't slept for long enough, I make it go back to sleep. Like if we haven't slept enough times, then we go back to sleep. And we wake up after 32 milliseconds and it's like, oh, nope, still not enough, back to sleep. And eventually, once we've slept enough times, we stay awake. This is roughly my experience as well. Anyway, so since the sleeps are for such a tiny amount of time, what you can do to save a bit more power is to... I actually don't know if this is going to be saving much power if we're going to be using the timer to wake up after such a small amount of time. Now I think about it, it might not save much time, but you can turn off the brownout detection circuit so that while sleeping, so that while you're asleep, this circuit is not running, because it's a circuit. It'll take a little bit of power, and if you're really trying to squeeze out every bit of, if you're really trying to make the battery last as long as possible, then turn off what you don't need. Pat Nova! So you can turn that off, and because, it's unlikely that the power is suddenly going to drop from acceptable to far, far too low in the span of 32 milliseconds, right? So that's the idea of why you can turn it off. And when it wakes from sleep, it comes back on again. Although I think the brownout detection circuit takes a small amount of time to kick back in, and during that time, nothing happens. So actually disabling the brownout detection circuit does kind of waste a little bit of time in the waking up before you can go back to sleep. So now I think about it, maybe it actually keeps us awake for a bit longer, and in doing so, actually maybe we waste more power, and it would be worth it more if we were not immediately going to wake up in 30 milliseconds, but if we're waking up in 30 milliseconds, the time it takes to reset up, at which time we're running at a higher current consumption, you know, actually makes it not worth it. So I was wanting to measure how much current we're actually using, right? Isn't brownout when the power drops low slowly? So wouldn't it technically be able to cross the threshold when it's off? I mean, yes, it could cross the threshold when it's off if you are waiting, like if you're staying asleep for a lot longer. But like, there's sort of, if my understanding of it is that there's like a hysteresis. So we have like a nice level. I'm gonna draw a graph here. We have like a safe operating level. We have like a no-go zone, and we have another one here. So this one is like the yay. That's an X. The yay, and then this is the nope, and this is the I guess, okay, this is my understanding of it. This might be wrong. I should probably read about this. But my understanding of it is that, you know, there's actually quite a safe range. This microcontroller can actually run on 5 volts or 3.3 volts, which I find really cool. So there's like quite a big range of okay thingies. When we drop below nope, that's when the brownout circuitry kicks in. And then it'll hold us in the reset state until the voltage climbs above this threshold, at which it turns back on. That's my understanding of it. And so it's really unlikely that like if the voltage was okay when we were awake in the higher current consumption mode, that it will suddenly drop below the nope stage. And obviously there's going to be like a small safety margin here as well, right? There's going to be like the actual death zone right here, right? Which, because that's the brownout detection is designed to put it into reset before it reaches the death zone, you know what I mean? So it's really unlikely that the voltage would drop below nope and then also below death while we're just asleep for 30 milliseconds. Because if anything, while we're sleeping, the voltage would, like, if there's any voltage drop, it would actually rise slightly because we're no longer pulling as much current. But anyway, so that's why I was turning it on. But the amount of time it takes to recover from that might make it not worthwhile. So sure, it'd be nice if I could measure the current, right? So I was trying to measure the current. Wasting more power when not well rested. Yeah. Truckers sleep. Oh no, is that what they do? Get slept, nerd. I wish. Hi, Q's. Welcome. How the hell do you draw straight horizontal lines? Oh, you can do that. I didn't draw... these are not straight though. But yeah, you can. You can draw any straight line if you just click here and then shift click to somewhere else. Okay, you gotta shift click first and... Wait, what? Wait, what? Oh, I'm thinking... Sorry, I'm thinking of Ace Sprite. That's the thing you can do in Ace Sprite. And I'm pretty sure it's the thing you can do in Photoshop as well. Hold on. If you click once and then click again, then you can draw a straight line like that. That's apparently not a thing you can do in Paint, but I'm pretty sure it's a thing you can do in Photoshop as well. If you use the line tool, then if you hold shift, then it will snap to multiples of 45 degrees, I think. Yeah. Okay, we're all learning today. Arrow keys? Is that a thing? I have like a really... I had completely forgotten that was a thing. Hold on. I'm not being able to make the arrow keys do things. What if I do it with a line? Well, I can move it as an object and sliding across the screen. Why? Why cheese? You can draw a line. Yeah. Imagine if you could actually draw such a beautifully curved line so easily. Hi, Elfie Fader. Welcome, welcome. Look, you're drawing it manually. I did draw it manually. I did. But it's not perfectly straight. Look, it veers down a bit, a few pixels. Take a close look at that line. Oh, this one doesn't munch. Yeah, I just did it. I just went like zip, 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 zip. Look, one of those ended up kind of straight for a while. I just need to like release the mouse button earlier and then it'll look straight. I can see it's like curling up towards the end. Oh my god, look at that one I just drew. Oh, wait, hang on, you can't see it. Look at that one I just drew. That's like perfectly straight. Oh my god, I did it again! I did it again! Oh, okay, I nearly did 3 in a row. Anyway. Imagine being straight. Imagine. Peak content right here? Oh my god. I mean, I did a stream kind of like that one time where I was actually trying to learn to draw. I don't have the will to wish a good morb, so I figured I'd greet you in another way. Pats, but also, how dare you. So anyway, I wrote some code firstly, to change the CPU speed, which was easier because it didn't involve touching a timer. So the CPU changing code, the clock divisor changing code is this. These 4 bits here, and this bit here. And yeah, some of these things that they don't expect you to be changing often, you have to do in like this, what they call a timed procedure, I think. So basically, you have to set it to a special value, and that like allows you then, so you have to turn this bit on and all the other bits off. And when you do that, that basically starts a timer, not like a complicated timer, but just basically you then have 4 clock cycles to set these bits, after which this like resets back to 0. And this is the clock prescale enable, so register, or bit, or flag, so that you can set this to 1, and then you're allowed to change these. Yep. And it's the same when you're trying to change the enable the brownout detection during sleep thing. You have to do a little thing, and then you've got like, you know, the clock is ticking, do it quickly. Anyway, so this works, and to test this, I toggled a pin as quickly as possible on and off, with the CPU running at 16 megahertz, which it does by default. Then I switched it to 1 megahertz, and toggled the pin on and off a bunch of times, then we switched back to 16, just did that in a loop. And that is what you're seeing on the screen, right here. So this yellow line at the top here is the pin that we're turning on and off. Hi, Dodo, welcome. So this yellow pin at the top, if I zoom in, that's out, that's in. So we've got the on and off happening there at 16 megahertz on the left, and then we change down to 1 megahertz, and look how much slower it is. It's almost like it's 16 times slower, or 15 times slower. A 16th of the speed, actually. Be careful with the pin. Be careful with the pin. I put the pin back in something. So that's cool, that works. And the pink line at the bottom is a absolutely fucking futile attempt at me measuring the power consumption. This is my first time using a shunt resistor. And, but yeah, me just like, whatever, so, this resistor, the way it's connected is like, we've got like the power supply coming in. This is 5 volts. This is ground. And then I have the resistor here. Why is this so thin? I have the resistor here. This is 10 ohms actually, to try to get more resolution. I used actually a big one. Because the current is so low, the voltage is not going to drop too much. And then this continues into like the Arduino, and so does this. And I'm probing with the ground of the probe here, and like the plus side of the probe, if you like, there. This is the probe. This is a very big probe. And we're measuring how much the voltage drops. live need. Yeah, I always remember when the death. I'm pretty sure the death message on Quake 2 multiplayer was like, Yuki had tried to put the pin back in if you like hold your grenade in for too long and don't throw it, or yeah, something like that. Just kind of funny. Anyway, and unfortunately, it's this pink trace. This pink trace here is that what you're seeing across the resistor, and it's like changing a whole load. And if I remove the monitoring from it, like if I just go to rolling for a second, and we remove the probing on the yellow one, then now the pink one looks like it's lower. So I don't know why I would be pulling that many milliamps just by, you know, just by where is it? Can't find the hole again. Not that one. Not that one. Where is it? What the hell? There it is. So I'm not quite sure why it looks like I'm pulling a large amount of current just by measuring that pin, but anyway. And obviously if I just touch this, then it's affecting the interference and stuff. We get wiggly lines and not wiggly lines. I don't think this is really working very well to measure the current, so I think what I'm going to do is also, by the way, the pink number being shown there where it says, let me point to it with the mouse, hold on, like here, this mean value on channel 2, yeah, why am I still showing like some things that are not even being shown? Hold on, let me get rid of those. We don't need. Well, I can't even turn them off on channel 2 actually, on channel 3, which is great design, never mind. I can turn them all off. Hang on, wait, there's a poem coming through, what is this?
Yuki squints at the board, tools in a heap. Chasing the dream of devices that sleep.
Nice!
This flips slow, the voltage dips. Her code moves quite in tiny blips. The LPC hums in a whispery tone as she trims the drawdown to the bone.
Oh my god, what?
No let's plays, no motors whir, just silent loops and registers purr.
I had no let's
With
plays.
every tweak, she shaves off more a little less power than the loop before.
Nice! What a cool poem! Hi Nuge! Welcome, I like that one. I see Uke brainwaves. No, that's a lie. My brain has no waves. Thank you for the pants carriage. That was a good one. Anyway, this measurement is, I think, not really very useful, and I could probably get a better one with just my multimeter, not measuring across a resistor, but using its native current measuring mode, which will just be doing the same thing, but with a better connection inside. Clip this. Anyway, also the current is going to show up as much higher than like the microcontroller alone is, because this is still going through a regulator, I think, and is definitely powering like an LED and some other circuitry on the Arduino board, which is like other than just the microcontroller itself. So this current draw is like probably over, like, well, hopefully well over double what it actually will be eventually. But I don't have a good way to measure it yet. If I were brave, I could like flip up one pin on the chip, because it's a dip one. Thank you for the pad spray, and thank you for the hydration. I'll do it in one sec. If I were brave, I could like maybe like, so the chip looks like this, and it's actually in a holder, and you've got the legs coming down like that, etc. If I were feeling brave, I could actually like lift up one of these legs, the power one, probe between there, or the ground actually, probe between there. Oh, there's gonna be many grounds on there, but basically measure between there and the socket that it's going into. So there, and just measure the current between these two. But I don't want to be like trying to take it out of the socket yet and bending one leg up and stuff, but that would allow me to measure how much current just this microcontroller is using. That'll be the, yeah. That would actually allow me to measure it, so maybe sometime. Not right now. Well, definitely sometime. I'm not gonna have this entire thing made without knowing what the power consumption will be, but you know, maybe I'll try to put it on a breadboard or something. I do actually have a I think I have the stuff that's necessary to make it work on a breadboard. Basically, the thingy and the capacitor and the crystal. Thank you very much for the follow, Kumaita. Welcome. So anyway, this is what it looks like, and you can see unfortunately there's no significant dip in power usage when we're in the low mode. Like, it looks a little bit higher, if you can see the mouse pointer, it looks a little bit higher around this point there, and then it goes low again, but I don't know if that's really it. I guess what I could do is I could put like a small delay in there. We could put a delay of microseconds, I guess. We can wait for like approximately 8 microseconds. I think delay microseconds. What? Clip this atheist. How did she say that?
Clip this atheist.
Atheist. Based. Anyway, I want to paste this. Why can't I paste it? Also, to upload this, I have to change how I'm powering this, because if I connect a USB port to it, then, well, when I connect the USB port to it, it's it's going to be powering it directly then, and it's not going to be going through the shunt resistor, so we're not going to get a proper measurement. We do get some weirdness showing up there. Look at that. Oh, by the way, when I was like probing weirdly, look at this amazing trace I got. I heard you like noisy signals. So we added so much noise you can't tell what's going on. I'm closing that. And then, thank you for the pads. Yeah, exactly. It's very glitchy now. Also, hi M-Star, welcome. M-Star on Twitch. Shaking my head. Licking my tail. Okay, so I'm gonna upload this with this. I don't know if this is actually gonna measure the correct number of microseconds, because like I've changed the CPU speed. So actually, you know what? We can use this as a test. Let's use this as a test. Out of curiosity. Let's make it write some things. And then have another delay. And then we'll do the same thing here. So we're going to see a bunch of pulses at high speed. Then we're going to have a delay that should be 8 microseconds. And then we're going to have one pulse immediately after. So if we measure the gap... actually, no, if we want to do this properly, we should measure the gap between there and there. And then we should do the same here. So we're going to have a bunch of pulses. The last one's going to stay high, and then it's going to go low. And there should be approximately 8 microseconds there. And then we're going to do the whole thing at 1/16th of the speed. It's going to go down to 1 megahertz. We're going to do the pulses. We're going to wait. It should be 8 microseconds, but now might be much longer. Why am I holding the bottle? What the hell? And then, yeah, we'll see if delay microseconds takes the CPU clock into consideration. Okay, off we go. It's uploading. It's not actually, it's compiling. Hold on, this is where I do the thing to make it faster. There we are. And that's it, it's uploaded. Look at that last pulse. Okay, I'm now switching the power back to how it was before, because the reason I'm adding the delay is because let it run for a little while without any pulses, and then let it go slow, and we'll see if there is actually a difference in the current then. Because before we were just like pulsing all the time. High-speed pulses, yes, Nova. Okay, it's being powered now. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at what's happening. Oh, by the way, I should probably disable interrupts, actually. I just realized I should disable interrupts, because we're going to be seeing, if I zoom way out, yeah, you see this, like, sometimes there's suddenly a much longer thing happening? That's because of interrupts, which I really don't need right now, so let's just disable interrupts and have this running silky smooth. Oh, wait, how am I gonna... I'm not gonna be able to do a delay if I have interrupts disabled. No, wait, I can, right? The delay is just waiting a certain number of cycles. I don't think that's based on a timer. That will mess up millis and micros, though. We won't have timing reference anymore. But I think the delay command will still work. Okay, let's upload. Did you hear that? I just accidentally twanged the resistor. Boop! Is this a spectrograph of the latest song? No. I can actually get a spectrogram of this, but I didn't think it'll be useful. Okay, there we are. Wait, why is it so glitchy? Huh? Wait, what? Huh? Oh, because my set clock div turns on the interrupts afterwards. Well, that's a bit annoying, isn't it? Okay, let's modify this. Ooh, well, I guess we could actually see whether interrupts were originally enabled or not, and then restore that. Alternatively, I could just pass in a thing that says whether we want interrupts enabled or not. You know, it'd be pretty cool to make this... Yeah, it'd be pretty cool to make this automatic. Alright. Let's see how to work out whether interrupts are enabled or not. I know there is a status register in the Arduino, I believe, or in the microcontroller, I believe, that stores 1 bit that says whether interrupts are enabled, like globally or not. Okay, I've never accessed this before, so I don't know what it's called. I don't know if it's exposed by the Arduino SDK, but let's see. Status register. AC. Oh wait, AC. I'm not comparative control. This is ACS. Okay, where's the status register? MCUSR. It's called. MCUSR. Wait, am I not already using that? Why do I feel like? Why does that sound familiar? There it is. Oh no, it's MCUCR is what I saw before. Okay, MCUSR. MCUSR. Tell me all about the MCUSR. Where's the MCUSR? Here it is. Okay, that is not the register that has the... It's not the register that has the interrupts enabled thingy. Huh. Hi, Erickson. Willie, welcome. Okay, how do we... What is this? Ugh, okay. Global interrupt flag. SREG? Is that the name of the register that contains that? SREG. Oh, look, they're doing exactly what I want! Hang on, they're doing exactly what I want here. They're saving whether interrupts were enabled, and then forcing them off. And then they're doing something. And then they're setting the register to what it was originally. That's kind of interesting. So wait, there's an entire... They're just restoring the entire register. They're not even getting a single bit. Okay, let's have a look and see what SREG is. So they're saving the entirety of whatever this register is. Hang on, is it? Just this section? SREG. 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 Where's the register, man? SREG. It's probably somewhere near the beginning, isn't it? Oh, there it is. Hang on, I just went past it. I had a link in that table to the page. Wait, where'd it go? Okay, this is not the right table. There we are! AVR status register. So bit 7 is a global interrupt enable. There it is. There it is! That's what I want! 140 pages later, yeah! Okay, I found it. So I is the global interrupt enable. I is the interrupt! Sorry, that's not even funny. The individual interrupt enable control is then performed in separate control registers. I think I know what it's saying. If the global enable interrupt is cleared, none of the interrupts are enabled, independent of the others. Okay, yeah. The I bit is cleared by hardware after an interrupt has occurred. Wait, what? And is set by the ret I instruction. Wait. This is interrupt enable. The I bit is cleared by hardware after an interrupt has occurred and is set by the ret I to enable subsequent interrupts. Huh. Interesting. So this prevents an interrupt from interrupting an interrupt, basically, I guess? The moment an interrupt happens, it temporarily turns them off until the interrupt handler has finished running, and then it turns them back on, I guess? I mean, I guess that's safe. I am interrupt, overseer of signals. bit copy storage. Bit copy storage. Wait, what? The bit copy instructions, bit load and bit store, use the T bit as source or destination. Okay, so this is when you're trying to copy one bit to another thing. Carry flag, sign bit, 2's complement, negative, 0, carry flag. Okay, so I guess the reason their example code there was saving this entire sreg register, this entire thing, all of these, and then restoring it, is because nothing else, their code between saving and restoring this should not have changed any of these, basically. Except for, you know, when they turn off interrupts, then it turns this bit off. So the CLI function that I use here means clear interrupts, and SEI means set interrupts. So all this does is turn off this bit, and all this does is turn on this bit. And I guess the reason they're saving and restoring the entire thing is because nothing else should have changed here, so they don't need to waste time isolating a single bit out and then putting it back in. So, okay. Okay, nice. So, let's just do that. So the register is called sreg. I really hope that's exposed by the Arduino thingy. We'll find out in just a moment if it says that it's not recognized. So we'll store it. Let's say, I'm just going to call this org sreg. Make a note of whether interrupts are currently enabled or not, and some other things which won't change below. Okay, and then I will just, instead of doing this, we'll set it back to this, which will re-enable interrupts if they were previously enabled. I feel like I might be doing this somewhere else as well. So we don't need to do this. Oh, actually we do need to do this, but this now should not be forcing it back on. I think I'm doing this exact same procedure somewhere else. Yeah, here, I'm doing it here as well. Okay, no, we actually do need to force interrupts on at this point. We can't just not have interrupts on there, because otherwise we'll never be able to wake from sleep. Okay, so it's fine. Forcing them off and forcing them on is fine, because we do need to force them on. Otherwise there'll be no timer to wake us up again, and we'll be permanently asleep. Must be nice. Okay, let's see if it compiles. Does it know what sreg is? Please know what sreg is, please. Please know what sreg is. Okay, it knows what sreg is, thank goodness. Let's upload it. And we should, once it's finished, see these thingies stop wiggling around. Because the... Yeah, look at that! Look at that! Beautiful! Absolutely rock solid, except occasionally it's not for some reason. Why is this trigger not quite... There we are. I think it's more stable now. Okay, let's cut the power from the USB thingy and plug it back in through this... The other thing, which is another Arduino. By the way, I'm just using another Arduino as the power supply. But I have it stuck in the reset state to avoid it making interference. Okay, there we are. Why are we getting weird readings again? What is going on there? Okay. Let's have a look. Let's zoom in and see. Let's measure some things. Wait, what are we looking at? Okay, so here's our fast thing beginning here. Let me just put it at the far left of the screen. So this right here is where we're beginning. This is going to be our 8 changes. We've got on, off. Wait, did I do the redeem or not from Spray Rider 14 minutes ago? I don't even remember. Did I do it? I think I did, right? Because I remember accidentally leaving the bottle on and I was holding the bottle weirdly. Hi, Hawkeye! This is Windows 10. Welcome. Windows 10 with the classic theme, which is actually not the true classic theme like, you know, used to be possible in XP. Unfortunately, there's ugly ass, really wide rectangular buttons like this that were not how Windows used to look. Hi Zofty! I am posture checking. Thank you, Stu. I have a nyan as well. Okay, let me just nyan for the cabbage. I just accidentally made a reverb on. I haven't done it yet. I haven't done it. I haven't done it. Hold on. Wait. You prematurely did that. Nyan. Oh my god. Windows 10? I saw that Windows 2000 was already out. Yeah, I'm still on the one from the year 10. But yeah, welcome in Zofty as well. I do not need to save the kidneys at the moment, so I'm gonna refund you for that one. Or reject, as Twitch calls it. Okay. Windows BC. That's a few millennia out of service, but it still works! Windows release from when Jesus worked part-time at Microsoft. Wait. So, hang on. I thought the BC was like the time when he died. I thought it was measuring from the time when he died, not when he was alive. Or is it from when he was born? I don't know. I don't even know. What am I doing? I am looking at this. So on, off, and then the on. So this really long on thing should ideally be 8 microseconds, but it might not be. Overthincation, just a little bit, just every single day. Okay, let's have a look. We want some cursors. Give me some cursors up here. We're gonna position the left one like there, and we're gonna position the right one there. And how wide is this? This is 109 microseconds. So just a little bit bigger than 8 microseconds. Why the fuck? Wait, what? Why? Wait. Why is it 109 microseconds? We're running at the normal CPU speed at this point. Why is it 109 microseconds? What? Why? Huh? Why is this failing? The only code that I've messed around with, well, maybe the delay doesn't work. Maybe the delay doesn't work when interrupts are disabled, huh? Anyway, let's see, 109 microseconds. Does that change when we get the thing running at a slower speed? Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait, I'm way zoomed out. Dude! Okay, slight spoiler. We now know that delay doesn't work when it's running at a slower clock speed. This is what I should have been looking at. This is the small one. The small one was so small that I just thought I didn't even see it in there. Okay, never mind. This is what spoilers, you didn't see any of that, okay. Okay, so this one should be 8 microseconds, right? Let's measure it. Cursors. Left one appears somewhere around there. And the right one is somewhere around there. Okay, so actually the delay is like 6.8 microseconds rather than 8, but close enough. It's supposed to be born, but it's wrong by at least a few years, and obviously the whole Christmas not being on the 1st of January. It's so weird, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, so 6.8 microseconds is what we get, but when I get the clock running at a 16th of the speed, it was like 108 or something, right? So 6.8 times 16 is 108! Okay, that explains it. Okay, so the delay functions, at least delay microseconds, is tied to the CPU speed. Okay. But let's look at the power consumption, which is what I was originally doing this for. Yeah, I'm not seeing a big change at all. We have our the turning off there, and then, so the left side of the screen now is when it's running at 16 megahertz. Excuse me. And then oh no, it is still running at 16 megahertz. Sorry, hold on. that there must be where it goes down to 8 megahertz. That's actually kind of cool that we can see it. It's such a small change though, holy. Let me zoom in a bit. I mean, it's noisy, so I'm not really sure what the point of me zooming in is, but... There we are. Oh my god. Why is it so noisy? But yeah, so the drop somewhere around there. Wait, I'm pointing on the wrong screen. The drop somewhere around there horizontally is when we go down from 16 to 1 megahertz. So actually running it at 1 megahertz versus 16 megahertz is not really changing the power usage much. But this is obviously with all of the other circuitry running as well, so on the board. So it really would be good for me to measure this in some other way, like on its own little board without all the supporting circuitry, which I don't actually need at all for all the stuff that I'm doing. I will, like, if I'm wanting to program it, I will need all the other stuff, but I could just like take the chip off the thingy and then just plug it back onto the Arduino board when I want to reprogram it. This reminded me that I really need to take my oscilloscope to the electric piano I got off the thrift store. What? What? Take your oscilloscope to the electric... Oh, I see what you mean. Like, I thought you meant like pick it up and take it there as like a, you know, taking it on an outing. Okay, I see what you mean. Probe electric piano. You spend more energy talking about optimizing power usage than you'll save every year running this. True, but you know, I'm connected to the mains right now, and the long Yuke Tamagotchi will not be. So, man, look, I just bring my hands close to this, and it's like floating up and down and stuff. Even when I'm not actually moving around that much, it's still floating up and down. I think. Is it? Oh my god, okay, I just bumped it and it's like... Yeah, every time I bump this board, the reading changes like so wildly. This is such a... Yeah, this is really not usable at all for like absolute measurements, and even relative measurements are still so noisy like that. We can see there is a change. Maybe not a big one. According to my measurements, this area here, the mean says... Right now it's measuring like 300 and... Somewhere between... Oh my god, it's just jumping up and down all over the time. I'm looking at the mean value. The left 2 digits are the... So this number here, which is showing like... I've lost my mouse, there it is. This number around here, which is showing 320 something. The left 2 digits are the number of milliamps that it's using right now. So around 32, 33 milliamps. And then if I slide it across to the point where the voltage goes down, we'll skip past the pulsing bit. It's now showing about 32 milliamps. Who would have thought? Yeah, I need a better way to measure this. This is ridiculous. Okay, I think we're not gonna worry too much. I think we're not gonna worry too much about the reading from this. This is very, very noisy. Although you can actually see, even there with how noisy it is, you can see that it's like higher for the first half and then lower for the blah 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 blah. Anyway, let's zoom out a bit. Hi Tano, are we scoping? We're doing a little probing right now with the scope, yeah. We like overthinking here? I don't know if I like it. I sure as hell am doing it. My exact response to right there to what you said is proof that I'm overthinking and I don't want to be. Can someone turn off my brain, please? We have a bunch of excited eyes from the probing. Hi, thank you for the pants, and then... I don't know why I said hi. Yes, please! Hammer my brain! Hammer my brain. And then I had to research how Timer 2 works and learn all this stuff just to be able to set it up and then, you know, do this. But hey, maybe when it goes into sleep mode, that will be low enough speed for us to you know, to detect. Couldn't resist. Spooky? Okay, no worries. Also, don't worry. I'm just, I can still nyan as well. And it's not that scary. It's like Pepper. Sergeant Pepper, sorry. I thought you just went full cat framed instead of just being a funny filter. I'm back. So shall I show you the test sleep thing? Get out of here, test CPU. Why am I setting it to 8 MHz again? Oh yeah, so the sleeps can be longer, I guess. And also because I'm planning on running it at 8 MHz. Anyway, so we're gonna pulse once, then we go into this little sleep thing where we enter sleep for a while. And after that, we pulse the pin. Also, I want after that to do a little delay. Delay without sleeping for comparison. We're gonna do delay. Sorry, delay microseconds. It can only be accurate to 4 microseconds, usually. Why? Hi, Scarbo, welcome. Gonna have nightmares? Why? I'm fine, I'm not that scary. No more nightmare horror? Hey, I'm already not nightmare. Anyway, so this is actually gonna be a lot longer than we want, but whatever, this is the shortest time we can wait for. Why, I've got the CPU speed turned down. I guess I could put 1, but it's gonna be the same as 4. Thank you very much for the follow, Sarah Self. Hi. So that we can compare power usage. So while it's doing the sleep, this is gonna try to sleep for like a little while, and then something else. It's very hard to get an accurate measurement of how long it's gonna sleep for, because the amount of time it takes to come out of sleep is not predictable. It like has to wait for the voltage to stabilize and stuff, if I'm not mistaken, and some other things, and doing things. So yeah, but that's fine. I'm not trying to do accurate timing measurement. As long as it's like around 2 FPS or something, it'll be fine. Yeah, but one thing I was doing is going into the sleep mode and then changing like the whatever's being shown in the LCD like twice a second, you know, just so we get like a really basic little animation while idle or something, and as she does things, so that we just go to the high usage mode to like work out the next frame that we're showing and blast it off to the LCD, and then we can sleep for like half a second and stuff, which is really just a bunch of other smaller sleeps. But yeah. I'm actually strongly considering changing this to like clock down the CPU speed when we're doing the sleep. But right now we're keeping the CPU running at 8 MHz. Thank you, Technosoap as well. Welcome. Spooky Yuke is really cute. Well, look, I tried to make it spooky, but apparently I managed for one person at least. Anyway, test sleep. Okay, I have to change how this is powered. This is an annoying setup. This is an annoyance that I will still need to do even when... Wait, no, I won't. No, I won't. If I start using my multimeter with it on a breadboard, I won't need to do this silly thing where I disconnect stuff all the time. See a couple of spikes coming up at the bottom every now and then. Anyway, upload. So this is just gonna do like a pulse, and then we're gonna get regular pulses. Blah blah blah. Hopefully. Are we seeing anything if I go to roll? We are seeing little pulses there sliding across. Nice. These pulses were much closer before, but now because we're doing this delay microseconds. Actually, no, that probably is not the reason. Is this all connected correctly? Hold on, let's reset this. Okay, so there it is. Wow, that's really not much of a change, is it? You can see the power usage is lower around the time when we're not doing the pulse. But damn, it goes back up. And you'll probably be able to see, I'm hoping that if I zoom out a bit, you'll be able to see the individual, like, tiny waking ups and going back to sleep bits. Oh, it's so flipping noisy. Wait, let me turn off my lights. Maybe that'll stop it from being... Yeah, that's helped. I'm not going to have very good tracking right now. Wait, how is it still tracking me? This is just using the life of my monitors. Wow, okay. I'm not really seeing the other pulses. Wow, why is it so wavy and like unstable? This is crazy. Scrolling. Oh, I guess actually this would be really hard to see because it's going to be very, very small. It is going to be very, 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 very small. It really is going to be like looking for a needle in a haystack. I wonder if that's in. Hold on. Let me try a thing. I might see it. Put that there and I zoom in and in and in and in and in. Yeah, there it is. There it is. There's one of the wakes. There it is. Ha! I found the first little one. There's one. There's gonna be a whole bunch of these. Let's try and have a look and see if I can see any of the others. Oh, it's so noisy, man. It's so noisy. Okay, I don't really think it's worth trying to measure the power this way anymore. I think I should put it on the breadboard properly all by itself. And I wonder how hard that would be to do. Would it be possible? Yeah, it is really small actually, so I don't think disabling the brownout detection for that is actually too bad. Because there's a bunch of other things that you can do. You can disable power to other things you're never going to use. For example, the analog to digital converter. I'm never going to be using the analog inputs, so I don't need that thing running. I can just turn it off. I'm not going to be using the 2-wire interface. I think I'll be using everything else. I'll probably be using this while debugging at least. These thingies, the thingy, yeah, the watchdog might be off by default as well. Apustraja. What is that? An emote, I guess. Breadboard is an advanced technique where you release your CPUs on a board filled with breadcrumbs and fiddle with them while they're glazing. Grazing, not glazing. Okay, I'm gonna unplug this. Bloop! It's off. I wonder, shall I try connecting? I'm taking the probes off and I can't do two things while talking, apparently. Should I try moving this onto a breadboard? I can't get this thing off. Okay, I got it off. I wonder if I should do that. I don't need this Arduino now, the one that I was using as a power supply. You can go down there. I don't really need any of this anymore. Let's move it somewhere where it's not going to accidentally short. Now I'll clean it up properly at the end of stream. Okay, so I can still probe the... I would still be able to probe, well, yeah. I'd still be able to probe the signal right now. But, when I say signal, I mean the little pin that I'm turning on and off. But right now I can no longer probe the power consumption, which is what I really want to do, especially if I'm going to be doing more of these tiny microscopic optimizations on power usage. Yeah. Okay, so how would one put this on a breadboard? I think what I need is like the chip. The thing can run on 5 volts already, so I don't need to worry about the voltage regulator. I've got 5 volts already. So would be one annoying thing. I've got the microcontroller. It needs the crystal. And I think it needs like capacitors, right? For the crystal thingy. Hold on. Somewhere around here. somewhere around here. Maybe here. I have this little kit. Oh, here it is. Here it is. I have a thing that came with apparently everything that you need to get the Arduino running on a breadboard. Basically, when I say the Arduino, I mean the Atmel microcontroller thingy. And it's already flashed with Arduino firmware, which is super nice. There are like people who sell this, which is kind of cool. It's just like a little plastic bag, and it has the Atmega 328P, which is on the Arduino Uno, and it has the 16 megahertz crystal, and it has 2 capacitors. And the thing is, everything I need. I think I might be able to just do this like on stream. I think it might be simple enough that I can just try it on stream. And because it's flashed with the Arduino firmware, I assume that it has the default sketch which blinks an LED on and off. Which I could then just probe, you know. Or heaven forbid, I could just connect a resistor and an LED and we'd see an LED flashing. This really is a thing that'd be more interesting to see though, like on the camera, you know. So I don't have the setup. I don't have stuff set up for streaming my webcam right now. Should we give it a try? I think I'll give it a try. But this is going to turn into a stream where it really is basically just chatting and no one can actually see what I'm working on until I share photos of it. Where's my phone so that I can take photos of it? Okay, my phone is here, so I'll be able to share. Hey!
Käse.
Why? I'll be able to take a photo and then share it eventually. Thank you for the hydration and posture check though. And hi, Onoxum. Just chatting is just fine, isn't? I don't know. People are gonna need to help. I can't just chat non-stop by myself. It feels, you know, it might look like it sometimes, but my buffer sometimes runs dangerously low. My buffer of things to say. moving things around. Let me just quickly grab the little breadboard that the same one that I was using for prototyping the Arduino MIDI shield that I made. Okay, I have it, and unfortunately, it's still got. It's still got all of the. Oh my god, my arm! Help! What is happening? There you go. Unfortunately, it's still got all of the wires and 2 of the components on it that I was using while doing that. So it's time to. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna turn off the noise gate and turn off the music and give you ASMR of pulling out the jumper cables from this breadboard. Noise gates off, music stop. Oh, now you can hear the fan of my oscilloscope. Anyway, here we go. Hold on, let's get this closer. Oops. Unfortunately, it's closer to my scope as well now. There we are. Now we have a clean breadboard. Ah. Except for this LED and this resistor, which I'm now pulling out as well. Okay, they're gone. Whew. And also this silly little MIDI socket thing, which should also go. Okay, it's gone now. Where's that from? Okay, I'll sort that out after stream as well. Oh my goodness. What a load of things to sort out after stream. Like, I have too many wires on my desk right now. 1 wire is too many wires. One of these little wires. When's the next 3D audio stream? Oh, yeah! I guess when I need to shred more things, right? Apparently I'm only capable of doing, ASMR-like streams when I need to shred things. This is, for some reason, just become how it is. I don't know what else I'd do. I'm gonna be honest. I'm going to be honest. And, you know, let's be honest. Okay, what other things am I going to need? I think I'm only going to need 2 wires. One for bringing 5 volts onto the board and one for bringing the ground onto the board. I think everything else I don't need. Yeah, I think we don't need that. Okay, let's put those unused wires back in the drawer. And the same with the longer wires, which go in a different drawer. harder to get these ones in, apparently. There we are. Okay. I don't have any, chip sockets, unfortunately. But hopefully the pins on this microcontroller are thin enough that they can just sit right onto the breadboard. I'll give it a try. I've never done this before. I've never tried to use a microcontroller by itself on a breadboard. I've always used a dev board before. So this is kind of exciting, I'm gonna be honest. It's kind of exciting. Should we find a jam it in there? I hope so. At Mega 328p, there it is, right there. Where's a grounded thing I can touch? Oh, the ring of the scope probe thingy. Okay, let's put that in there. Hold on, let me just in case there's some dust in that breadboard. Putting it on. I'm trying to. Man, it always scares me a little bit. Okay, there we are. No, nice. Right in there. Okay, nice. The ring. Hang on a second.
When the capacitors are charged and the electrons are rising, the box might be enlarged and the uke may be farting. Oh, that last one was too much, but the rhyme did as such.
When the electrons are arsing, yeah, the uke may be farting. Man. The one ring. Okay, yeah, good job, Robo. Okay, question is. Thank you for the poem, City Robo. Also, hi, City Robo. Okay. One sec, let me look at this because I'm pretty sure it shows how the crystal should be connected. Crystal. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's there it is. Okay, so I need to look for those two pins on it. Let me just bring up the, one of the other data sheets where it shows the pin out, because I don't have to scroll up and down. There's another data sheet where it shows that. There are a bunch of these data sheets. And there it is. Okay. So we're looking for Xtal 1 and Xtal 2. There they are. Pins 9 and 10 down on the left-hand side. Excuse me. Oh, smart. Do not touch the wildlife? What the? Okay, so the crystal goes between these two, and then our capacitor's down to ground. Okay. 1, 2. Hang on a second. Let me mark this. I'm just gonna put a little wire in to mark it. Pin 9 is the first one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Man, if I'd put the microcontroller at the top and like turned it around the correct way, I could actually count the pins. That would be good. Let me do that actually. Wait. Yeah, that's okay. Voltage and, wow, voltage and ground are like around the middle. Interesting. Also, wow, there are only 2 ground pins. That kind of surprised me. Just making good use of the pins. Okay, well, I'm putting it at the top of the breadboard.
Happy cat.
Hi, Feffin. There we are. Now my breadboard numbers marking. How's the Feffin doing? Welcome. We've got pin 9 down here, so and then pin 10 for the Xtal 1 and 2, the crystal. Holy crap, this crystal has really long legs. That worries me. I should probably trim them down, right? Because this is a high frequency thing. But let's just see how thin, how deep it sits in the. Oh, it doesn't stand up across above the breadboard too far actually. This breadboard's kind of deep, huh? This breadboard's kind of deep. Hi, Kim Nightcoder. Welcome, welcome. What am I making? I'm planning on making a small little electronic pet style thing. Think of like a Tamagotchi. And right now I'm trying to... I've been like playing around a little bit with an Arduino. I'm fairly familiar with the Arduino, but I've never tried to do some of these lower level things before, like put it into sleep mode and like change the CPU speed and stuff, which are things that I've been trying to learn to do to reduce the power consumption. Which I have done so far. So I've done this, and this so far. But there's a bunch of other things I also want to try. These two might already be done, so they're not applicable, but these things are things that I can do. And I'm sort of down to such little current being used that I can't easily measure it anymore on the Arduino board itself, because the Arduino board itself has a bunch of supporting circuitry and like voltage regulators and stuff and LEDs, and it just always pulls current, like even if the chip is like reset and not running. So I'm trying to... I have just the chip itself and the crystal that it needs for the oscillator, and the 2 capacitors that it needs here. So I'm trying to put them onto a breadboard to get like a super simple little Arduino on a breadboard thing that I can easily... that is the only thing that's pulling current, and that I can easily measure the current on it. And then we'll see how much power this thing's really using, which should be a hell of a lot less than it looks like on the thingy. And then I'll yeah, maybe I'll try to display that on the oscilloscope, or maybe I will just use my multimeter. Trying to use deep sleep? Yeah, I've got the deep sleep working. I know there's a library to do it, and that's technically I'm using the library just for the assembly function that calls sleep. For some reason, the Arduino SDK, like normally, doesn't have the like, you can't just call sleep. So this is what defines sleep, which just calls the assembly function called sleep. And then I just did the rest myself. So I like, because I wanted to learn how to do stuff. I love this low level stuff. So I was like, okay. Here's how I choose what sleep mode it is, and here's how I like disable the brownout detection and stuff, and I just sort of did it myself, and that works. Hi, Foss Unleashed, welcome. How is the Foss doing? How is the Foss doing? Welcome. How was your stream? So cool. Thank you. I'm finding it really cool as well. This is like, I don't know. I love this stuff. I'm learning more about like this complicated, cool little thingy that has just been like under my nose ever since I've been using the Arduino, and I've just never looked into how to do this stuff, and it's just like, hell yeah. I'm making it do the things it could always do. Anyway, how's the Foss? What are you up to? Let me find out. Wait, is it gonna work? Uh-oh. Is the shoutout gonna work? I haven't broken shoutouts since changing them. Since making it show them above, right? In the log. I could have sworn no, because I did a shoutout the other day and I haven't recompiled since then. Okay. I'm trying to shout you out first, but for some reason it's not working right now. Oh, cheese is also not working. Interesting. Yeah, okay, that's weird. Oh, I wonder if my thingy has just expired. My token might have just expired because the redeems are also not coming through. Let's have a look in the log file and see what's going on. When was the last... Okay, we got Keep Alives coming in, and... Wait, it's right here! Oh, right! Okay, so the cheese hasn't come through because it's mid trying to do a shout out. Right. That makes sense. Redeems are disabled during the shout out. But because the shout out is not doing anything yet. Oh my god. Faff! Thank you. Thank you. Hang on, let me read what you're up to. Things went well-ish. Just too tired to actually start refactoring this DNS library, but I did learn a bit more about how it worked. I see.
Cheese.
So you're digging into deeper stuff as well, I guess. Nice. I too am trying to learn some things. Hold on, I need to... Okay, there we are, finally it timed out. Should we try this again? Shout out, Foss Unleashed. Why is it, like, taking forever to... huh? Why is it taking so long? To time out as well. Running get users. Let me just update the log file so we can see what it failed with. Huh? Wait. Wait, webs... Wait. Wait, WebSocket exception. Which WebSocket is this? Wait, which one is this? Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna restart my streaming setup. I'm not quite sure what's going on right now. Safeguard user failed. Was this the event breaking, or was this the safeguard user breaking? I don't even know what's failing at this point. I did get Twitch. Hold on, I'm gonna disappear into the void for a second. Please hold. I'm coming back. I'm back!
Yeah, connecting.
What? Why does it not read that properly anymore? Just... But I guess it's connected. Hold on, hold on. Hi, I'm back. Let me try this again. Fuzz Unleashed. It works now. I don't know why it didn't work before. The shout-out stuff is its totally own thing. It's not even the persistent connection, so I don't know why it didn't work. Anyway, there we are. Look at this. I actually really like the colors of this. The blue to purple subtle gradient there. Nice. Libdillifying... Okay, let me actually read it this time. Hold on. Let me actually read it this time. Third time's the charm. Oh, is it broken already? Is Twitch having issues? Is Twitch API having issues right now? Is Twitch just like having a moment? I think Twitch might be having a moment. There's a refractory period for shoutouts. Yeah, but not for my system. There's none. This is just a get users command that it's doing, and then a bunch of get other things. Libdillifying its own DNS library code. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, I'm gonna restart my streaming setup again, just because I don't trust anything. Thank you for pasting that. Okay, let me catch up on all the stuff that I missed while I was...
Yeah, connecting.
And it's connected. Why did it not read it? What the... What is this bug in my TTS thing now as well? Anyway, I have a bunch of those bare chips too, says Faffin. Really wanted to do a project that was basically soldering a few bare bones things together for my chicken coop. For use in RJ45 for power and data. And power, interesting, okay. That'd be cool. Also, hi Weebcat, welcome, welcome. Sorry, you almost got lost there and thank you for the bits again. Faff. Yeah, the bits come through just the IRC, so that's fine. Best website, indeed. What a weird thing that was, man. Sorry about that. Hi, I should introduce myself. Hi, I'm a weird cat, and sometimes my setup is a little bit scuffed, but it just means that I'm a true VTuber, right? Okay, so 2 capacitors here. Just looking at the codes written on these 2 capacitors. There are no codes written on these 2 capacitors. What the fuck? They scrubbed off the codes for these capacitors. Why? What the... Okay, I'm curious, so I'm going to use the little automatic tester thingy to see what size these capacitors actually are. They might be too small to measure correctly. Give it a try. Normally Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. Wait, what did I miss? That's the number of times you stream a week? Holy. That's dedication. I wish I could be more like that. Gotta love no-name components. Yeah, it's weird though. Okay, let's see. I wonder if they're the same, or if they're meant to be the same. That's what I'm wondering about. C1 and C2 should always be equal. Okay, well, let's see if they are. Here's the first one. It says no, unknown or damaged part. So it's probably too low capacitance to measure, unfortunately. Trying between these terminals in case there's a problem. Yeah, it can't measure it. It's too low. Which makes me think that I should probably be trimming down the legs of these capacitors so that they're like really, really low. Close to the board, you know? Adding a minimal capacitance of their own. But hey, we'll just see if it works. We'll see if it works first. Why not just see if it works? Unemployed? Yeah, I'm also only employed in as far as, or well, I'm whatever. I'm technically self-employed. I'm trying to make the whole Twitch thing work. Doesn't really work if you don't stream though. Unlabeled electronics components are like Bean Boozled brand, but for not frying things. Oh no! The same, you can try them in parallel. I guess so. I'll just put it all away though. Oh, hold on. Wait, I can make it out. I can make it out. They haven't quite scrubbed it off. It's so faint. Oh my god. It's so faint. It's 22 is the code. So what is that? 2 nanofarads? And then like 2 zeros? So 200 nanofarads? Is that how that works? Hold on. So how that works? It's so faint. I didn't even notice it at first. Capacitance code, because I never remember. Code to value 22. 022? Oh, picofarads, right. I forgot that it was picofarads was the base. Okay. So I guess it's that. Or 220. Oh, 220 would be 220, I guess. 22. I don't know. I don't know which way it is. I don't know where you presume where the implied 0 is if there are only 2 digits. Anyway, let's connect this. We need ground. Where's ground? Ground is the pin immediately above. Okay, that's very nice. I can just put the capacitor right there. The pin immediately above the first one. So pin 8. Okay. And then the other capacitor also goes from pin 10 to pin 8. Man, if this works on this breadboard, I'm going to be kind of surprised. Pin 10 to pin 8. Oops. There we go. Oh. I just twisted that and it moved in a weird way that makes me think I damaged it. Anyway, that's everything on the breadboard. Ta-da! All done. Let's connect some power up to it and see what happens. Actually, let me connect up where an LED should be. Where is the main LED pin on the Arduino? That's pin 13. What is pin 13 really? What does pin 13 really mean? What has pin 13 ever done for me? Okay, where are we? It's flashed a lot is what it's done for me. Where is the port mapping? Here we are. Port mapping? Wait, what? Wait. Oh, is it this one? Where is this one? This is an old saved thingy without proper... Well, I guess it does have proper formatting, actually. Okay, so digital pin 13 is on port B. And it was ports... I think it was pins... bits 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are the 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, right? Actually, I've already got this written in my thingy here. Bits 0 to 5, 8, 13. Okay, so it's port B, pin 5. So PB5, I guess, is what we're looking for. PB5. Okay, down there. 19. So we want to put an LED coming off that with a big resistance, so I'm not pulling too much current. Yeah. Pico is one of the SI prefixes that make me run man units 7. Oh, man 7 units. Let's pair it up and we're allowed to pop. No, I hope not! Hi Galactic, welcome, welcome. I don't know what that is. I forgot one quote mark. Okay. Alright, need an LED. This is just gonna be temporary, right? I'm not gonna have it connected when I'm measuring stuff. Or maybe I will, but I won't have it turned on. Okay, an LED. What can I use? Very tempted to just use one of these pink LEDs yet again, because they're so nice and, like, special. So why not? Why not? Which ones are the really bright ones? Because those are efficient, so I can use a high value resistor and pull very little current while still seeing it. Let's see. I'm putting one between this coin cell battery. Okay, that is fucking blinding, so that's the high efficiency one. I cannot see properly anymore. Nice, exactly what I wanted. Okay, so long lead is positive. You could be like, what's a man? Actually true. Okay, so pin 19, but unfortunately the pins on the other side of the breadboard are now numbered weirdly, so I have to count them. So wait, let's count upwards from the bottom. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. So we got 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. So 10 on the breadboard. Okay, we'll put one leg of you there and the other one I'll put over to there, which is a bit weird, but I'll do it anyway. I'm not using the rail for anything, so I'll just use that. And then we need a resistor. What was the voltage drop of the pink LED? I forget. The tester can test this.
Formaggio.
Let's find out. Well, if we're gonna do this properly, let's work out exactly how much current it's gonna be feeding. Why cheese? What did I do, Liquid? What did I do? Hold on. Pink lights blinding the OP, yeah. Okay. Wait. Hold on, look there, hold on. Where are the... Oh, there, there's one. I have a little component segment which is just 3mm pink LEDs, but you would have thought that's accurate enough, but it's not, because there are different types. Wait, I've lost the battery already. Hold on, wait, where am I putting things? Help! I'm discombobulated. Okay, there it is. Wait, we're measuring. Pressing the button, boop. It says it's blinding me by flashing it while it's measuring. What the fuck? Is this thing working correctly? Oh, the voltage drop was too high, wasn't it? Wait, why is this behaving so weirdly? It's only measuring the capacitance. But I could have sworn that I measured the voltage drop of it before. I guess the voltage drop is too high for it to measure. Is this little tester working? Well, I guess, it's been able to measure 2 point something volts in the past, so that means that the voltage drop is at least 2 volts. Let's assume 2 volts as an absolute worst case scenario. Hold on, I'll catch up on readings in a sec. Okay, so 5 minus 2 would be that. And then, if we were to be running that at 20 milliamps, then we'd need a 150 ohm resistor. So we want something way more than 150 ohms. How about we use a 1k ohm so that it runs at 3 milliamps, I think that'd be? 5 minus 2 times... No, divided by 1000, right? That's how this works, right? Times 1000 to get milliamps. Yeah. How about we do that? Let's just use a 1k resistor. So this is going to be absolutely at most 3 milliamps, but probably less. But this pink LED is so goddamn bright. If it does anything, I'll be able to see it. I've had to run these things at such low currents in the past. Okay, let me catch up. Thank you for the pats, Foz, and also, meow. And also posture check. Yeah, and also hydration. Jarvis, what's 5 minus 2? Look, I wanted to do the whole sequence on calculator. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm drinking from invisible neon juice. Let me grab my visible one instead. Here it is. Hashtag not sponsored. When I was trying to zoom in, when I wanted to zoom in and get close to the camera like that, I almost did this and scrolled up on the data sheet. Okay, now we just need a resistor. Where am I? 1K resistors. Here's one. 1K. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. It's not funny. So this just needs to go from the other leg of the LED to ground. And ground is also on this side, super usefully. Pin 22. Okay, I'm gonna take a photo of this when it's done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, sorry. 28, 27, 26, 25. 24, 23, 22. 22. And that is one above ground on the other side. Yes, that makes sense. Or 7 on the breadboard. Just trying to move bits of stickiness from this resistor. Legs. Cute giggles? Are cute? Did I giggle? I don't even remember. That's a rich coming from you as well, Nova. How dare you? Okay, it's all wired up. This looks so... Well, actually, I still don't have the power legs on. Let me... Power leads. Let's... Shall we ironically power this... you know, let me bring the other Arduino back. Jeez, the one that I'm using as a 5-volt regulator. I'll put the resistor back to connect the reset pin to ground. It doesn't need to go through a resistor, but... I mean... It's just really convenient for connecting 2 pins together. So let's bridge the reset to ground. Now this Arduino is going to do nothing except for, you know, regulate the power. What a waste. I don't have like well, I thought I bought, but I can't find it anywhere. A little board thingy that is meant to slot onto a breadboard. So it's a little circuit board with pins on the bottom that's meant to slot onto a breadboard. And you can just plug a USB cable in and it just like delivers the 5 volts to the board. Maybe it delivers the data as well. That'll be of no use to me right now, but... Yeah, I thought I had one because it just looked like a useful little thing, but... Apparently I don't have one, so I'm using Arduino instead. Okay. So 5 volts is here, VCC. So let's plug in an orange wire there because that's the closest to red that I have right now. And black into the one below it, which is very, very cramped with the crystal and 2 capacitors next to it, but I think I can persuade it to fit. Wait, I can just use ground on the other side. What am I doing? What the fuck am I doing? Ground on the other side. This one. Hang on. I've put the hang on. I've put this resistor somewhere where it shouldn't be. Wait, something's not quite right here. What have I done? Oh! I see what I've done. That would have been bad. I connected the 5 volts to ground. And the ground to ground. So I would have just shorted my USB supply and probably made all USB devices turn off momentarily. Which would not have been great midstream. Do you plan to use battery later on? Yes, I do. That's exactly why I'm so concerned about the power consumption right now. Trying to work out how to position these on my desk where everything can reach. There's ground. And there's 5 volts. Okay, I think it's time to take a photo. Let me show you. Let's show you what I've got right now. Long Nuke has blessed the stream. Oh, thank you, Yuri! Thank you for the visiting of the Long Nuke. No, the other way around. The Long Nuke visiting. Okay, I'm not wanting to watch a Twitch stream right now, phone. Alright. Let's take a photo. I'm gonna move these wires out of the way a bit so you can see this circuit properly. Is that visible? I think it's visible. Possibly. What's the best angle on this? That works. Help! Dropping things. Let me put these resistors away before I drop those as well. That would be a big mess. What am I making anyways? I'm just trying to power an Atmega 328P, aka the brain of the Arduino Uno, by itself on a board right now. And okay, we'll crop that. It's eventually for making a little Long Nuke Tamagotchi style thing in hardware, like an actual thing, a real life thing. Okay, now I go to Discord because it's 2025 and Discord is still the best way to transfer a file between phone and computer. And let's drop that in creative and dev, I guess. Sure, people there can have a look as well. Want that real life thing? Hell yeah. Actually, I'll post it in stream chat because it's relevant to me streaming right now. Where are we? Stream chat, here it is. And post. And let me show you on my computer. So here's what we've got. Using an Arduino Mega as a 5-volt regulator. What a waste. But anyway, so here it is. The oscillator is going between this and this pin. No, wait, which one is it? Are they side by side? Yeah, they're side by side actually. So between rows 10 and 9, the oscillator is connected, which is these two. And then both sides of those 10 and 9 both connect to 8 via these capacitors. So that's like that. 8 is ground. VCC is coming on here on pin 7. Then ground is on the other side and they're connected. And then over here we've got on pin, what is that? 15. So 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, which is PB5. We have the LED going into this resistor, which is then going to ground. These rails are not connected up, don't worry. So let's see if it works. Let's see what happens. Hopefully, the ID will flash if it's got the, you know, the default firmware in it. I'm just trusting that that it does because the seller said that, but I'm not entirely sure that it does. Emails work just fine too. Yeah, but it takes longer. Do I have a display for it? I've ordered some little 48 by 84 LCDs, or 84 by 48 actually. I found Sync Thing is also functional for a phone to computer file transfer. Might have to look at that. Email has to base 64 and add SMIME. Okay, I'm plugging in now. Let's see what happens. It's plugged in. Nothing's happening. Ah! Okay, I'm unplugging and I'm feeling things. Nothing is hot. That's good. It might just not have the blink sketch on it. Okay. Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to pull off the Admega 328P from the fully built Arduino that I have, and I'm going to put this chip on it instead. And firstly, that'll let me see if the LED should be flashing, right? Because if it actually flashes on the real board, then nice. And if it doesn't, I'll try to upload to it, and if I can't upload to it, then it doesn't have the firmware on it. So let's try pulling off the one on the official Arduino, trying not to break the pins. It's kind of scary. I say official Arduino, but like I said, it's actually not official Arduino. It's an LGU thing. Okay, up it comes, up it comes. Not bent any pins yet. It's so easy to do when removing these, but nothing's bent yet. Nothing yet, nothing yet. Come on, last few pins, last few pins. There we are. Nice, nothing bent at all. A lagoon? Wait, which way around was this? Hold on. Let me just look up a photo of what this thing should look like. Which way around was this chip? Hold on. One sec. Arduino R3 images. Okay, here it is. Okay, this is what it looks like. There you go. That's what it looks like. So the thingy is on this side. Wait, it's never mind. I just noticed that this little screen actually does have the little notch taken out of it there. So if I had eyes, I would have been able to see. But that's the way to connect it. Okay, let's take the chip off the breadboard, which is easier said than done. Now that the crystal, big as it is kind of blocking that a bit. Okay, man, it's hard to take it off the breadboard as well. Turns out 28 pins have quite a lot of friction. Okay, it's off, and I'm putting it onto the LGU board, which I'm just going to call Arduino for now. Oh, I bent the pin slightly. Okay. Let's try to get that on. Ah! This is a part where I wouldn't easily be able to show you even if I were using the webcam, because I have to have it really up close to my face. Or to the side of my head according to my... Okay, there we are, my tracking's better now. Okay, it's all in. Let's connect power to the Arduino board and see if the LED does flash. Should it have been flashing? It's now plugged in. Yes. Oh, actually no, the LED just turned on. It just turned on, it doesn't flash. Interesting. I think what I'm going to do is upload the Blinky sketch to it. And, well, let's see if we even can upload the Blinky sketch to it. Examples. Basics. Blink. Here it is. The old classic. Okay, this should be on the same pin. 11. Let's see if it can upload. Yeah, okay, it uploaded and now it's flashing. Nice, nice, nice. So the chip is fine. The microcontroller is fine. Nice. And the LED is flashing now. Like on for a second and off for a second. Nice, 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 nice. So now if I put that onto the breadboard, if it works, we should definitely see the LED flashing. Before the LED just turned on, when it was connected to the Arduino board, and didn't do anything still when it was connected to the breadboard. It's a bit worrying. Coding electronics without eyes? Yuka's pretty impressive. I don't know about that one. Trying to leave. Look, you can see me doing the levering with a little screwdriver, getting underneath the thingy. Just nudging it out. There we are. Didn't bend anything that time. Putting it back onto the breadboard. I really do wonder if I should like just like trim down the capacitor legs or something. You know. And the crystal as well. Also wonder if I should put a capacitor on the power supply, across the power supply, to make sure that's smooth. That's probably a thing I should do as well, right? The old classic. But out of curiosity, I'm just gonna connect this back up and see what happens. Also, let me double check. Pins 8 to 13. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is pin 13. Pin 13 is the LED pin, right? Pin 13 is the LED pin, right? Examples. Basics. Blink. Yeah. You should get a nice pair of German-made Knipex pliers, not sponsored or biased. Okay, I don't, I do have some snips, if you like, but they're certainly not an expensive brand. They were like very cheap. But someone suggested it on my throne and they seemed like a really useful thing, so that was the thing I happily added. The crystal doesn't have a polarity, right? Does the crystal have a polarity? I'm guessing it doesn't. Because there's like no marking for it here. No polarity, okay. But I've literally never used a crystal before, so... I don't know. Okay, let's try pairing it one more time. Ground goes to... Is there like a thing I need to do? Oh, wait! Reset! Reset! I need to pull reset high, don't I? I need to pull reset high. It's probably... because reset's floating at the moment, so... it could just be being held in the reset state. Let me pull reset high as well.
Reverse the polarity of the crystal array.
It really does sound like sci-fi nonsense, doesn't it? It really does. Okay. Pin 7 is the volt VCC. Ground is opposite. Reverse the polarity of the crystal array. Nice. Okay. That's so cute. Wait, she's got the same wings. Wait, no, that kind of does look like she's... No. It does look like she's actually like sort of doing like they're both forward, you know? Both the wings are forward so that she can float. Think of flush cutters. If your cheap flush cutters, go darling, buy a new set of cheap flush cutters from AliExpress. They're cheap and always come in sharp. They go dull really quickly, but you can just buy another pair. Yeah. It's true. I'm pretty sure I've basically used up the first pair because I was trimming, you know, all of the stuff for those 4 circuit boards, each one of which has like, what was it? 2080. Wait, it's 2080 individual LEDs, so there's ground as well. So it's probably more than 2080 things that I snipped. And then multiply that by 4, so more than like 8,000 or something, I know. 8,240. Anyway. Alright, reset pin. Where's reset? Reset is there, right at the very top, and it's active low. So we want to tie this high. So I can just put a jumper right over to VCC. Let's do that. I wonder if that was the only thing that was wrong. Okay, let's put 1 pin in at the top. And down to VCC. Come on. In you go, there you go. Ground fell out. Okay, let's connect power now. I have high hopes that this will work. If everything else is also correct, I don't know, I'm plugging it in. It works! It's flashing pink! That's still really bright even at 3 milliamps. Or less than 3 milliamps. Dude! Okay, how do I easily show this? Wait, let me record a tiny thing. Hold on. Let's do this. Video. Behold, my flashy LED. Okay, I recorded it. And this one I'll definitely post on Discord because I want it to do the compression and stuff, so I actually value that this time. Hold on, just making sure that I'm not about to dox myself. Looks good. Looks good. Also, it's so cool that it happened immediately when I plugged it in. Like, it just like immediately at power up. There was no little boot. Oh well, not bootloader. There was no little like communicating with an external chip thingy to see if it's time to upload a new sketch. Just like connecting, like on, off, on, off. Which is very cool. Okay, this is so cool. So this means we can like actually measure the current accurately to it now. Hell yeah! Okay, let me upload this to the Twitch thingy and then I guess I'll show it on stream as well. Boop! And let's see. Wait, where's OBS gone? Oh, there it is. Let's open, and allow me to show you the results. Ta-da! Look! Look! My flashy LED. There it is. Look at it go! Look at it go! An Arduino thingy running on a breadboard. Anyway. Behold this power supply. This one just being held in the reset state by this resistor. That's so cool! That's so cool! Okay, so now... Thank you for the claps. So I think what I'm gonna do is move over the just pull out this microcontroller and plug in the one from that was, you know, that was on the Arduino before. The one that's currently running. Thank you for the pants, Faf. The one that's currently running whatever this code is. Test sleep. So this is where it sets the thingy to 8 megahertz. Passes a pin. Oh yeah, sleeps for, wait. Oh, it's in it. Okay, so it sleeps for a bit, then pulses, and then waits. Oh, this is a pretty short amount of time, isn't it? Am I going to be able to measure this with a, let me see how, let me see what I can do regarding probing like a little shunt resistor again for this. I'll see if I can do it better this time. What if I put the probe there? Because it was so noisy on the scope before, but maybe this time, if everything is like not weird. I mean, I am weird, so it's probably going to be weird, but why is port B repeated in code? Ah, so this, here we're turning on 1 bit, and then here we're turning off 1 bit. The value is different. So we're just going to turn this on and then immediately off. This is one, like this compiles to 1 instruction, and then this is the next instruction. So this is like as quickly as possible that we can turn on and off 1 pin. There's no code in between for like working out which bit on the pin needs turning on and off. Yeah. Okay, if that goes to ground, so we probe on one side. Wait, which side do we need to probe on? Hold on, I'm sorry. Bear with me 1 sec, sorry. Where am I probing? I'm wanting to probe this resistor, so let's put this resistor between these pins. And now we'll put the ground into there, which is the ground of the probe. And we need 1 more wire. Maybe 2. Maybe 2. Then this. after the shunt resistor goes into the real ground of the Arduino, which is there, and that's everything actually. That's absolutely everything. We should be able to measure it now. Okay, scope, where are you? It's been a while since I played with Arduinos. No worries. Okay, scope. So we're just gonna want this, let's just have it rolling, because I don't have any trigger set up. Where is the... There it is. So it's currently measuring minus 300... Oh, microvolts. Microvolts. Okay, okay. That's fine. Why is it looking messy again? Okay, there we are. When I connect power to this, we should see something happen. Oh, hang on. I can set the probe up on the other pin as well. What was it? I was using pin 11. So pin 11 is 0, 1, 2, 3, bit 3 of port B. So it's this pin right here. So if we probe this pin as well, we should see exactly what we were seeing before. And hopefully it doesn't do the weird thing I was seeing before, where like the power consumption spikes on it. I'm gonna have to ground this in a bit of a shit way, I think. The spring of the probe is not gonna reach from here to here. Oh wait, it will reach from, hang on, yeah, no, it will reach from here to the fake ground, like the shunted ground though, which is where I should be probing. Because otherwise if I probe between here and ground, I'm connecting the ground of this chip to the real ground, like before it's gone through the shunt resistor. So if I do that, I won't be able to measure the current through the shunt resistor anymore, because I'll just be shorting the shunt resistor basically. There'll be the real ground on both sides of the shunt resistor. So instead, I'll probe from here to the, like the fake, the shunted ground, whatever. Oh, hang on, I should swap the chip first. I just realized, getting all these probes connected to the board, but I haven't actually put the correct chip in yet, so... yeah, let's take this out. Take it out. This is gonna be a bit annoying to like reprogram, isn't it? What I'm probably gonna want to do is I'm gonna want to test a lot of things. So what I should probably do, once I've realized that this testing setup even works, what I should probably do is like program a bunch of tests, if you like. Step through different things that I expect to be different power consumptions, and then I can measure it all at once on the scope. Otherwise I have to be like taking this thing off the board and reprogramming it and then putting it back on the board every time I want to change it. Or I could possibly... Isn't there a way... There's a way that you can use an Arduino as a programmer, isn't there? Maybe I could use one Arduino as the programmer for this chip. Is it possible to do that? Wonder how you do it, programmer. Arduino as ISP! Wait a minute. I think this is actually gonna work. So if I were to choose this, Arduino as ISP, and then on the other Arduino, hold on, this is actually turning out to be a really interesting thing that I'm doing right now, what the hell? Somewhere around here, Arduino ISP. Okay, so there is like there's a thing that you can do here, and then you can just connect up the pins of the first Arduino to the pins on the second Arduino, which is not even an Arduino, it's just the chip. But it has like the MISO and the MOSI pins and the serial clock and everything. So this might actually work. The only reason it might not work is because they're not sharing a proper ground. There's like 10 ohms. Well, it should probably still work, right? There's 10 ohms between the grounds, but... Anyway, let's just see if I can even probe the flipping power thingy first, right? Okay, the new one is on there. The new thingy is on there. And the LED is no longer flashing because it shouldn't flash in this sketch. Okay. So now I'm reconnecting the the proby bits. So I want to measure. Oh, wait a second. Wait. Hang on. Everything I just said was backwards. I do want to probe to the real ground. I don't want to probe to the fake ground because that will be. Oh my god. Help! Okay, let's measure from. Let's measure from. Hang on. I need to move things over. The real ground could be there. Sorry, I'm going to shuffle some things around on the breadboard right now. Shuffle my wires. Shuffle, shuffle. Shuffling in progress. Shuffling takes a while. Sometimes, apparently. Why is this pin not sitting in the ground thingy on the Arduino very well? Probably because I've damaged the Arduino ground socket by jamming weird shit into it in the past. Possibly even today when I was trying to probe it. It's just not been gripped very well. I'm trying to bend the pin so that it gets gripped more. That did the trick. And now I probe for the little debug pin that I'm switching on and off, pin 11, I probe the third one up to there. Okay, easy, nice. And then for the other one, I probe. Nothing's grounded yet, so we're seeing very interesting stuff happening on the scope. And then for the other one, we probe there to not quite working. Not quite. I can't quite get that to stay in. Hold on. Almost. Got it. There it is. And for the other one, there. That should now just sit. Okay, it is sitting. I think, is this touching there? Oh, my tell if it's touching. Anyway, I'm gonna plug it in and we'll see what happens. Boop. Nothing. Huh? What am I seeing? Hold on. Chad, is she shuffling her wires or what? Yes, I am. Why is this, why am I not getting this to go in properly? This is ground. Wait. Oh, wait a minute, I have these the wrong way around. It should be there. And this one should be there, I think. Okay, let's try again. Why does this look like this? Oh hey, look, we are seeing the pulses on the top though. Zooming out a bit. We are seeing the pulses on the yellow line, so the code is running. That's really cool actually. But why the fuck is it looking so messy when I'm trying to probe the power usage? What the? Why is it so messy? Anyway, the yellow one is showing that this thing is actually running. What the fuck am I looking at? Let me zoom out a bit. Why am I failing so badly to... is this like even... Coupling is DC. Why am I not getting a proper connection to that apparently? Why am I seeing such wild nonsense? Do I see something different if I do this? Yeah, but that's probably not good. Abstract art. It really does look like it, doesn't it? Really does look like it. I don't know why. Okay, I kind of want to reset it. I don't have a button set up to easily reset it. I think the ground thingy is not really sitting in the ground thingy for some reason. The ground spring of the probe is not really sitting in the ground. The hole on the breadboard where the ground is connected, so it's not... Oh no, wait. Is that it? Oh no, it's not. Wait, that's not it for a sec. Damn, I thought I just got an amazingly clean connection for a second, but no, it's connected to nothing. Okay, there we are. Let's zoom in and see what the hell's going on, shall we? Let's do it. I'm zooming, I'm doing it! What? Are we triggering on something? Hold on. There we are. Okay. Also, the voltages we're measuring now are way lower. So the number that we're seeing... Let's go to this. The number that we're seeing there, this pink thing, is now measuring like around 30 millivolts instead of the 300 millivolts we were measuring before, which I guess is a good thing. And that corresponds to 3 milliamps actually, which is kind of nice. Man, let me just turn off my lights just to get rid of some of this noise. The spikes that come in are no longer coming in. Wait, that looks way better! Wait, was it just crap because of the... Oh my god, was it just crap because of the lighting that I had turned on? Let me turn it on now. Holy crap, it's like... It's just my LED lighting showing up. Oh my god. Okay. So... Yeah. So what we're seeing now... Oh my god, it's so much clearer. So what we're seeing here, the yellow... Yeah, thank you. Make me really bright so that I can illuminate my camera for it to be able to see me. So the little yellow pulses we're seeing at the top there, these... Wait, let me stop it resetting every time it reaches the end. These are... This is this pulse here. And between each of these, we are doing... Well, immediately after that, we're staying awake for a tiny amount of time. And immediately before then, we're sleeping for a whole bunch of time. And this sleep here, we're sleeping 10 times. And so you can see that there are like these 10 tiny little pink spikes. If I guess I can just kind of do a single capture and then I need to wait that long. Okay, there. So there are these... Maybe it's kind of hard to see actually. But, where's my mouse? Here it is. So, maybe you can see my mouse behind the... Wait, I need to move something around that will let you be able to see it. One sec. Notepad. Sure, you're now a mouse pointer. So, oh my god, I can't drag it. So the top right of Notepad, the top right where the cross is, this is now my mouse pointer, okay? So right here is where there is the first pulse, and then all the way over here is where there's the second pulse. We're looking at the yellow line there. One there, and one there. And also one there. I just realized there's actually 3 in this view. That's the trigger point. And there should be 10 pink lines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, I count 10. It's really hard for me to see on my screen though. Hold on, what if I do this? Yeah, that's easier. So we've got Where are they? We've got one big one there, and then a little one immediately after 2, which is not great. I don't know why that's the case. I thought I was resetting the timer, but apparently not. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then that's it. There's the reset. There's another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then 1. Okay, so nice. Nice. That is... yeah, I have some silly redeemers. And now if we take a closer look, we just keep this running. Let me zoom in so it doesn't take 5 years to acquire. So this is 1 pulse. And... interestingly, it looks like the Arduino, I gotta stop saying Arduino now, because absolutely not an Arduino. This is the Atmega. I'm just gonna call it the Atmega. Because it's faster to say an AT Mega. So right around here, wait, where's my mouse pointer? Here it is. So right around here is when it wakes up from sleep by the look of it. Something's a bit weird about how I'm measuring it clearly, because it looks like the power consumption starts going down here. Because like the power consumption is high, and then it drops a bit and comes to life. And then when it goes to sleep, it goes up again. This isn't inverted, is it? I don't see it saying that it's inverted. I mean, no, it's not, because when it's turned off, it goes low. Why am I seeing it like go down though? That's weird. I wonder if we can see like each instruction being executed. Oh, this is interesting. What the hell? Wait, no. I want to put the other... I don't know. Anyway, thankfully we're not seeing a huge drop when the pin turns on now, like we were with my really cursed measuring setup before. Thank you for the hydration. I'll do that in 1 sec. One sec. Wait. Hold on. I want to see if I can scroll over to the bit where there's another pulse, where we wake for a moment before going straight back to sleep. Let me zoom out a bit more.
Caseri.
Why? Wait, how much am I scrolling? How soon now do I need to be? Jesus. Sheesh. Okay, there's one. I've been scrolling for like another hour. Okay, so here's one. Here's a bit where we wake up. But it's like, I'm still not getting a clear measurement on this. Which is kind of crazy. So it looks like we stay awake for... Well, we can measure it actually. We stay awake for... I don't know, somewhere around here is where we wake up. And somewhere around here, I guess, is where you go to sleep. About 8 microseconds. Maybe a bit more. About 8.5 microseconds. Okay, so okay, that's actually not bad at all. So we're staying asleep for about 30. Hi, Boom. Hi. Sorry, I was looking at my oscilloscope. So we stay awake for like, we stay asleep for about 32 milliseconds, and we wake for about 8.4 microseconds. I don't think that's bad at all. But if we wanted, we could also just turn down the main clock speed thingy and blah blah blah. I'm also kind of tempted to measure this using my multimeter. I'm very tempted to try to see this using my multimeter. I've turned back on the LED thing, so now you can see all this mess. Yeah. Let me hydrate. And save the kidneys as well, I need to. Let me hydrate. Ouch. Yeah, I don't understand why it looks like the current is going down when it's in sleep and then back up. That's really weird. Also, if I'm wanting to measure this in a multimeter, I'm going to need it to like stay asleep for much longer. What am I doing? This is the wrong project. I will Save the kidneys in a sec. So 10 is putting us to sleep for about 30 milliseconds. I really want it to be over a second long to get a good reading on the multimeter. So how long would it be? Maybe like 7 seconds if I did it for 255. So if I want like, let's allow 2 seconds, I guess. So if I wanted 2 seconds, somewhere around 66. So this is not, yeah, let me, I'll just put 66. And then the delay microseconds. What the? Delay microseconds is also going to be wrong. Can we stop being in Japanese? I don't know if this is this half width or is it full width? I guess it's half width. And this was like 16 times longer now, right? Oh no, it'll be twice as long because of this, I think. Wait, we can see. After the pulse, is it 8 microseconds? Let's measure. Because I tell it to sleep for 4 microseconds. But you know, we've got the CPU speed change, so let's see. Yeah, it's about 8 microseconds. And then it takes a little while for us to go to sleep. So if you wanted to wait for like 2 seconds, then we'd tell it to wait for 1 second, I guess. So we just say delay 1000. I'm gonna do a little bit longer just so I can get a clean reading. Because I think this is gonna be quite a bit longer as well. Okay, I'm just gonna run this and upload this and run. Oh wait, I can't easily upload it. Help! I can't easily upload it. Okay, I will. You know, I'm gonna disconnect this. Thank you for the pants, cabbage. Okay. Let's. I guess I do want to still be probing this to make sure that it's running. Okay, hold on. Let me, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to probe it and then I'll go and save the kidneys and then I will come back, obviously. Let's take this out and I'll reprogram it. And when I come back, maybe I'll see if I can set up like the Arduino as an ISP thing, the thing for flashing things. That'd be pretty cool. I'd still have to manually like reset the thingy, wouldn't I? Wait, no, I'm pretty sure that the Arduino as ISP sketch automatically resets it. I'm pretty sure you're meant to connect one of the pins of the Arduino that's acting as the programmer to the reset pin of the thing that you are programming, and it will just automatically do the reset, I think. Holy yuck! Hi Nora, welcome. Okay, reprogramming it now. Boop. Why am I stretched? Ah. Okay, it's uploaded. Now I'm swapping the chip back over. I do wonder how many times this can accept being pulled out and reprogrammed before it breaks.
Why am I spooky now? I'm plugging it back in. It's in. Now I'm gonna connect the probe back up. Probe mode. There it is. Now I'm gonna connect power to it. Power has been connected. Hold on, let me get this rolling. There's a pulse. Okay. Hold on. Ignore that little thing. And there's another pulse. Okay. So the distance between those two pulses should be like the first half should be like sleeping, and then the second half should be. No, the first half should be like without sleeping actually, because we see the pulse and then it goes to without sleep, and then it'll go to with sleep. Okay. Let me whip out my multimeter and I'm gonna try to measure across that shunt resistor. We'll see if we can get a measurement with less noise.
We have a pulse. We do! And it should be going to sleep for the second half of that pulse. Okay, let's measure. We already know that this is like around 3 milli... or milli... what's it called? Amps. That's the one! So, let's see. We're not going to measure across the shunt resistor though, because that'd be a short circuit, so I'm just going to instead, I'll, how do I do this easily? Let's take out the resistor, and my multimeter is going to bridge the gap while it's in current mode. Turn it on, the multimeter that is, and measure from there to there. We are measuring 1.2. And now 12. And now 1.2. And now like 9.7. And now 1.2. Why is the higher one unreliable? And now 9.8. And now 1.2. And then 9.8. Okay, we're getting pretty clear measurements on this. Wow. Okay. Okay. That's pretty cool. So we're dropping down to like 1.2 milliamps. That's still kind of high, actually, for being asleep or whatever. Alright. That's really nice if we can get a clear reading. Why the hell can I not get a clear reading like that on my scope? I don't know, but... 1.2 milliamps. 10, 9.8, 1.2 milliamps. Okay, that's really, really nice. So I can actually, finally, I'm getting a clear measurement that sleep is actually doing something. But I think we can get it lower by disabling more stuff. So I'm gonna go and save the kidneys, and when I come back, I might see if I can get the Arduino to set up as a programmer. That'd be very cool to be able to do that. You know, just have the thing right to it, and then not need to swap the chip all the time. And if I get that working, we'll see if we can reduce power, I guess. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna go and save the kidneys. Do I plan to do 3D print the casing for it? I have never done anything like that, and I find 3D design stuff to be like really hard and kind of scary, so I actually really don't know how to do that, and I should. And that really would make it a good project, you know, make it seem like way more of a cool professional thing. But yeah, I don't know how to do any of that. I don't have a 3D printer. I'd have to like order it from a website somewhere. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I'd actually do it, I'm afraid. Okay. I will be right back. I'm gonna go and save the kidneys, aka go to the toilet. All of you, please use this as an opportunity to save your kidneys. Drink, stretch, get a bite to eat, maybe take a rest, and all the good things. Let's see how long it's been since... cheese! Since cheese. The kidneys, yes. So that I'm not like holding in when I need to go to the toilet. Because I've had kidney stones and it's not pleasant. So let me just see how long it's been since or how long until Twitch is going to demand that I play ads. Oh, they're going to start in 5 minutes and 42 seconds. Okay, so in that case, I'm just going to run them now while I'm gone. Then when I come back, we'll have a fresh run of an hour without them. Okay, I'll be right back. It's only gonna be 30 seconds anyway. I mean, I'm gonna be longer than 30 seconds, that's the point, and the ads will be less. Alright, I will disappear and see you in a sec. Pew. Hi! I'm kind of back, but I'm not really visibly back yet. Hold. Hold! Hi. I've returned. Whew. Hi, meat. Hi, trades. Okay. Should we have a look at how we use an Arduino as a programmer itself? Where's the thingy? Here we go. Zip. This sketch turns the Arduino into an AVR ISP using the following Arduino pins. Pin 10 is used to reset the target microcontroller. Pin 10. Ah! Oh no, wait, that's fine, that's fine. Stop making loud noises, you. Hold on. Hold on, okay, let's remove this, let's remove this, let's remove this, blah 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 blah. Okay, there we go. Just removing things around on my desk. Pin 10. So I'll use like the Arduino unit. Pin 10 is used to reset the microcontroller. Okay, so in that case, instead of having the pin 10 on here, just connected directly to ground, or VCC, sorry, because it's active flow. Hi. Do you look at the power consumption graphs and tables in the datasheet? Shh, 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 shh. This is more fun this way. I did realize that there were some, then I decided. Well, I completely forgot about them actually. Okay, I'm gonna connect that to the pin 10 on the Arduino instead. I just want to see if I can do this. Just want to see if I can do it this way. Hold on. Let's connect this to ground. Ground? Where is it? There it is. Is it in? I think it's in. Maybe. And 5 volts. 5 volts, 5 volts, 5 volts. So this was connected to the Mega before, but now I'm connecting it to the Uno, so I'm reconnecting everything. There we are. Why was I derpy, by the way? I don't even know. Don't know what I did this time. How did my derpiness leak out this time? Okay, what else? By default, the hardware SPI pins, MISO, MOSI, and SCK are used to communicate. On all Arduinos, these pins can be found on that little funny 6-pin headery thing. And there is a... Wait, which one is it? Is it the ICS? Yeah, that one. These pins can be found here. And there's a little degree symbol here as like the locator for this to show which way around it is. But there is not on the Arduino. So I can't actually tell which way around they mean. So I will not use those pins. Or I'll look it up, I guess. I can just look it up. I think I have to on the Uno, don't I? I don't think they're replicated anywhere else, are they? I'm not sure. Probably are. I don't know. Okay, hold on. Let's get up a page. Where are we? Arduino, Uno. What's it called? ICSP header. Ooh. Oh, that's kind of nice. They're actually doing exactly what I want to do. These are the pins that I want to connect things to. The ones I want to connect from are on the Arduino. There they are. There they are. Okay, so the top left is the MISO. Okay, so it is like this. Okay, good. So we want to connect from the MISO to the MOSI, I would guess. Connect pin 1 of the ICSP, which is miso. To the miso. Wait, what? Connect pin 1 of the ICSP header to the miso of your MCU. Oh no, wait, it's the same, right? You don't swap them. You don't swap them. They still agree on which is the master and slave. Yeah, but okay. Miso Mamosi? Okay, for this one I need a male to female socket thing. Sorry, male to female wire. I've been using male to male right now to connect to the Arduino. Sorry, to connect to the yeah, the Arduino. Most Arduino pins are like the headers. If I go back to that photo. Wait, this is not really showing it at all. This is. Do you see it in the video? I wonder. No. Oh, there we are. So this 6-pin thing here is the ICSB thingy. And usually they're female here, but this one's male. And I need to connect it to the holes here, the females, so. And I've been using male to male cables all this time, wires. Now I need to use a male to female. Okay. A thought occurs. On an actual Yuka-Gochi after you've gone to sleep, you could use an external interrupt to wake it up instead of a timer so as to not have to wake up at all until, say, a button is pressed. My hand is stuck. Yeah, I wanted to wake to a button as well, but the idea of just having it always be a thing that you can look at, even if you're not touching the buttons and stuff, is an attractive thing to me. I feel like that's like quite, you know, otherwise it's just a toy thingy that you can turn on and off, right? I felt like what made Tamagotchis kind of more unique was that they were always there, right? I'm pretty sure they were. Mind you, of course, you could still show something on the LCD while it's asleep. That is actually true. But like, I don't know, what about a little snoring long nuke would be kind of, well, not snoring, like sleeping and breathing is what I meant. It's kind of funny that I thought that would be snoring. Interesting brain. And then like maybe she could get up and do things. Have I made a concept drawing of it? No, not at all. I'm usually much more interested in the circuits and stuff. I'm useless at like real life physical, like actually making a real life physical thing. But no, I've not even made circuit diagrams. Oh, actually I did make a little emulation of the, like in the circuit simulator. Thank you for the pants, Nora. Of the I think that's how Tamagotchi was trained, I'm not sure. But I did make a little circuit in the circuit emulator thingy of the push-pull audio driving thingy, which I'll try out sometime. I was planning on doing it today, but yeah, I was not planning at all on getting it running on like a dedicated little chip like I'm holding right here. Invisibly. So stream has gone a little differently to planned, as always, but you know, not in a bad way. Okay. I'm getting this little drawer of small wires. And here we are. Okay. So, oh, that's the wrong one. Sorry, actually, that's female to female. Here we are. So I'm gonna need 3, I guess. Oh no, I will need. Wait, 5 volts. I don't need 5 volts. I'm already powering the board with 5 volts, so that's fine. And it's already kind of grounded. And so we just need this one, and this one. And then the reset pin as well, which I've already connected and doesn't, that's not on this header. I don't know why it's not really, but we've got space for it. Okay, let's connect these wires. So we've got miso up here. That's gonna be blue. And then below it we've got serial clock, that's gonna be green. And then to the right of that we've got Moosey. Moosey. Please hold. Okay, they're connected. And these all need to connect to this row of pins down the side here, don't they? So, which one was it again? Top left is miso, which is blue. And then we see... Oh, and serial clocks at the top. So, oh no! This is the pin I'm already using. Oh no, it's not. Well, it is. An LED is connected there. But, well, I can just take that out because I'm not actually flashing an LED, so... Alright, I guess I can leave it in there. I hope it won't, like, mess up the programming process though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Pulling a little bit of current, you know. We'll see. Ouch. 14, 13, 12, 11, 10. Put the LED back in, just in case. I guess I'll get to see it flashing as well, if it works. Well, maybe I won't, because it's going to be so fast. But probably. I'm assuming, because it's SPI, I just assume it's going to be fast. 14, 13, 12, 11, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait. Wait. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. PB1. Where was PB0? Oh, there. So that's pin 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 on an Arduino, isn't it? So yeah, this is the LED pin on an Arduino. Okay, okay. Alright, so that's where we connect serial clock, which is this one, which is green. The green also goes to this LED. I really hope that doesn't mess up the programming, but I guess I'll disconnect it if it seems to be making up problems. Okay, then what? Miso. Miso is top left and it goes to the one below it. So that is blue and it goes to the one below. Nice. And then mostly below that, which is there, which is yellow. Wait. Wait. I've been connecting the wrong things all this time. Because I've rotated the Arduino since connecting this and everything was wrong. Let's restart from scratch. Serial clock is the middle. It's gonna be a minor miracle if this works at all, isn't it? Holy. It's gonna be a minor miracle if I don't destroy both microcontrollers. Oh my goodness. Nuke, please. Okay, okay. Next, the blue one goes there. And finally, the yellow one, which is Mosi, goes underneath that. Okay, that should be everything needed to program it. But I believe the sketch also flashes some LEDs to show the current status of the programming. Should be kind of cool to see, to be honest. Okay, put an LED with a resistor on the following pins to see these things. Okay, we've got heartbeat. Shows the programmer is running. Okay, and okay. Thankfully, I have a bunch of LEDs of different colors. So, actually, this is gonna be kind of cool. Pretty fun opportunity, actually. Let's use a red LED for the error. Programming and communication. I'm gonna use green. Do I have a big green LED? I do. I have precisely 3 left. That's not many. Man, this part I wish I should be using a webcam for this part, I think, but I'll show it eventually when it's done. Okay. This has to go through a resistor as well. So green is programming. Where should I put these? That works. That works. Then I can just put resistors going down to the ground. Not sure how much I need to drop for these LEDs. Let's assume a really worst case situation, a really worst case scenario of a voltage drop of only like 1 volt, which is not the case. So that'll be 5 minus 1 is 4, and then we want to run that at 20 milliamps. We're doing 4 over 0.02, so 200 ohms, which is way too bright. So 1k will be fine, and then 1k will run it at 20 over 4 milliamps. That should work. That should work. It should be less than like 4 milliamps. And should be fine. Should be fine, surely. Okay. First resistor. Like I said, if I don't do this, it's gonna be a minor miracle. Oh, that's a nice. That's a really nice glowy gummy worm thingy. Gummy bear, not gummy worm. Sorry. Worm permanently on the mind because of long yeek. Mind worm, you could say. Mind worming your way over here? There we are. That's some weird riz. Okay, so that's a green LED. Let's use the red LED for an error. This is where I expect Cabbage to write error in the cute way. Okay. We can go there. Then we have another resistor for this one as well. I'm nearly out of 1k resistors. I feel like we could go even higher. I feel like we could go to even higher resistances, even lower current. Anyway, that's the red one. Okay. And finally, we need one more LED for the heartbeat. We could use a blue LED, I guess. It's probably gonna look very dim though, because if I just keep using a 1k resistor, the voltage drop of the blue is gonna be much higher, so. But, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. It'll probably still be visible. It just needs to be visible, that's all. That's all. I can't get this LED to go into... Oh, there we are. I thought the breadboard was damaged for a second, but no, it's just my ability to insert something into a hole apparently is damaged. Okay, final resistor. And then we just need to put the wires from the programming Arduino onto this breadboard where the LEDs are to actually drive the LEDs. And there we are. I should probably trim the leads of these resistors down a lot, but whatever. Okay, now we just need to see which pins. Alright, pin 9 for the heartbeat. Okay, let's put these away. Bring out the longer wires. Here they are. I'm gonna need 3 of them. Okay. Well, I have a blue wire right here, so I might as well connect the blue wire to this. And then there's a green wire connected to it as well. Okay, these can be the blue and the green. Nice. Okay, so heartbeat. And the green one to the green LED. There we are. If this works, I'm going to record a video of it because it's probably going to look really cool. And if it doesn't, well, who's going to be surprised? Okay, pin 9 and pin 8 are where they should go. Pin 9 and pin 8. Actually, we have the best chance of it working regarding which Arduinos we're using as well, because these are Unos. One Uno thing is programming another chip that's like used on the Uno. Okay, and pin 7 is programming. Pin 9, 8, and 7. So this one goes to the red LED. Wait. Wait, what am I doing? Pin 8 is error. Pin 8 is error. Hold on, let me swap these two around. 9 and 7. Pin 8. Pin 8 goes to the red LED. Because pin 8 is error. There it is. Okay. It's all connected up. All of it. Let me take a photo of this. And I'll try to flash the programmer. The AVR ISP thingy. To the why has my phone been playing that video I last recorded on a loop apparently ever since, but muted ever since I played it. This is really hard to get all of the important things in view at once, so I think I just won't try. Sure. Yeah, it's really hard to get everything in view at once, unfortunately. Oh, apparently I've got my hand in view though, as in like covering up the lens a bit. How did I not see that when I was taking it? Amazing. Good job, Puke. Okay. I think I've managed to take a photo. I managed to... Alright, let's crop that. And there, and there, and there, and there, and then we can... Oh, hang on, I'm missing one ground wire. Hold on. I just noticed while looking at the thingy that I'm missing a ground wire. See? Taking photos is actually useful. It's me trying to convince myself that I should procrastinate even more. Okay, ground is gonna come in. Yeah. There it is. That goes to this ground rail for all of the LEDs. Otherwise, none of the LEDs would have been flashing. Yay! Oh, not yay, actually. Big not yay. Okay, let's try and take another photo. This time with a wire that you can barely see anyway because this board is becoming messy. Attached. Boop. Photo acquired. Wow, how did I again get a bit of my finger in? It's fine. It's I can crop it out this time. I mean, it's in a part of the photo that's going to crop out anyways. Alright, that should do. Let me slap it onto Discord. Delete all of the failed attempts. And boop. People on the Discord get a sneak preview because I haven't yet shown it on stream. But now I'm showing it on stream. Boop. Ta-da! So we've got these wires. Why do I still have the oscilloscope up? Actually, we're not going to be using that for a little while. If ever again tonight. So we've got these ones connected for the serial data. Back and forth between these two. These ones are for the LEDs. And that's basically it. I've still got this little LED attached. Which I guess I can use to verify that it's working, right? Because I can upload the blink sketch. And then between these two pins here is where I probe with my multimeter. This one is the true ground. Coming from... No, this black one is the true ground coming from here. And the orange here is the 5 volts. And then I just measure with my multimeter between these two in current measuring mode so that it bridges these two basically and tells me what the current is. And then this gets carried over to here. And also this gets carried over to here for the LEDs. And that's basically it. And if this works, it'll be a miracle. Let's See if it does. I kind of don't like how LED sits in a breadboard. Because one leg's longer than the other, and like you can push it down on one side and the LED just sort of goes like to the side a bit. Why have I got some 680 ohm resistors sitting on my desk? I didn't use those. How did you manage to escape containment? You're like the long nuke in the emote spam channel. Sometimes escapes containment on my server and ends up being in general. Okay, connecting it. Okay, and it's now flashing the LED. Oh yeah, right. That this is the chip that was the new one is now in the. You know, it's kind of funny. It's not funny, but it feels funny. Okay, let's upload using this currently AVR ISP. So AVR ISP Mark II is what it originally was. I have to make a note using my mouse pointer notepad. AVR ISP Mark II original. That's what I was originally using. And I still need it to be that for the moment because I haven't flashed this yet. So we're gonna flash this now and see what happens. Boop. I guess we'll just get the heartbeat LED flashing. It's uploading. It says it's done uploading. I'm seeing absolutely nothing happening. I don't even see a heartbeat LED flashing. Concerning. Might be because I'm using too big a resistor for that LED. I wonder. Where's my multimeter? Hold on. Oh, sorry. One trick is to solder a 1K resistor LED so you never forget the resistor. That'd be nice, yeah. I'm using a resistor though. Let me just put this into non-shorting mode and measure the logic level. So if it's ground, this beeps now. Wait. Oh, it's hang on. Let me turn off the noise gate so you can actually hear it. Do you hear this? Oh, okay. Let's turn off the noise gate properly. There we go. So this is not continuity mode. Continuity mode also does that. This mode is just logic level mode. It beeps if it should be low. So let's measure from here to ground. Oh, it should be pulsing apparently. What the hell? That's interesting. It should be pulsing really quickly. So quickly that it sounds very weird. Actually, no. Wait. But yes. Man, that's making the LCD on my multimeter do really weird things. Makes it look like it's like fading on and off. Okay, so we should be seeing something there, but we're not. Oh no! They're not. Oh no! They're not expecting you. Oh, this is if they're doing this, I'm not a fan of this. Oh no, it does say with resistor. Okay. For a second, I was thinking they're not using pulse width modulation to like. As like a hey, you don't need to use a resistor because we're using PWM, right? Because that's not really how it works. But no, I think that's not what they're doing. Oh wait, I'm a fucking idiot. This only gets power if I. Oh my god. This is only gonna get power if I bridge the gap with my multimeter. It must have been picking up interference. Okay. Let's bridge the gap. So the ground becomes ground. Okay. Alright. It is doing PWM and the blue LED is pulsing on and off. Okay. There we are. I'm not an idiot. I'm not sure about that one. I'm also not sure if the chip draws a lot of current when it's programming, so I've put it onto the 10 amp section of my multimeter just in case. I also want to be really careful to not break the connection mid-flashing, you know? Because then that's just cutting power to everything, and maybe it'll break the chip. Because I don't actually have a real chip. Oh, wait, what am I talking about? I literally have just made a real chip programming thingy with the Arduino. So even if I do accidentally cut power mid flash, I should be able to just flash the firmware back on. Okay, so now we're going to try to use the Arduino as an ISP. Let's see if this works. And we're going to try to flash... let's just try to flash the blinky thing to it. Examples. Basics. Blink. If this works, I'm going to be so amazed. I'm going to be so amazed. Let's see what happens. You know what? I'm going to record with my phone, just in case, because this is going to be like a genuine reaction, which is going to be like super cringy for me to listen to in the future when I play back this video. Let's record it. I really don't know. You took your amp apart. Sounds very interesting. Right, let's see what happens when I do this. I'm going to click upload. I'm going to press record. Let's see if I can upload using this Arduino at the top as a oh my god, it's doing something. Oh. Okay, never mind, it just flashed the error LED. Okay, never mind. Okay, I flashed the error LED. And now, like, no LEDs are on. Which is interesting. Don't know why that happened. It just flashed the error LED, and then the blue heartbeat LED stopped flashing. Which is interesting. Not quite sure what to make of that. Okay, I've now pressed reset on the Arduino. Has it, like, uploaded? Oh my goodness. Oh no! Arduino as ISP. Arduino Uno. Oh, I should put the noise gate back on, sorry. Get out of here, scope fan. The ground rail is connected, yes. Somehow it's uploaded the blink thingy onto the Arduino that's meant to be being used as the programmer. Which is weird. So now, like, when I reset the Arduino, it's the one that's flashing its LED, and there's no longer the PWM heartbeat thingy going on the blue LED. Why is that? Is it not? Is it not? Is it not? Wait, why? Why did it not? Why did it not? Huh? Yeah, it flashed itself. What the fuck? That's weird. And like it successfully flashed itself as well. Which is weird. I don't know why that is. I wonder if this instructable mentions something about that. See image below. So connect pin 1 of the ISP meter to that. 5 volts. Yeah, it's already being powered. 2 o'clock mostly. Reset is done. Ground is done as well. This takes some soldering. I wonder if I'm using a breadboard, it doesn't. Word of warning. If you connect your board to an external programmer through ICSP. Hang on. Sorry, there's something annoying. I'm not doing that. So here's the catch. If you have an external programmer connected, yeah, don't worry about it. Programming through this. Be sure no power is supplied to your board. Connect the other end of your cable to the external programmer. Wait. Adding ICSP header to your Arduino board. Wait, okay, this is not... This is... Okay, this programmer is... This tutorial thingy is not for how to program using an Arduino, I just realized. But it does say... AVR... No, wait. Never mind, that's something else. Oh, never mind. Okay, hold on, let me search for a thing. Arduino... as ISP. Yoink. Holy. Look at this. look at this beautiful JPEG compression on something that should be a PNG. Oh no. That's a crunchy screenshot. The whole process of loading the bootloader code and embedding the blah 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 to make an Arduino blah blah blah. 10 going to the reset as well, and the power. So I'm connecting it, but I'm not doing it through these pins though. I'm doing it through these pins, but wait. On Arduino in the following image, we have highlighted in red the connections on the female strips, and yellow the ICSP connector. Please note that revision 3 has an ATmega, and also that chip can be reprogrammed via a dedicated connector labeled ICSP. Okay, this isn't Mega. Wait, revision 3 board has an ATmega something chip that manages the man. I can't speak. Okay, so ICSP2 is this one, and ICSP1 is this one. Yeah, I do have to, actually. So the second one is for reprogramming a different chip. I'm guessing it's this, which I'm not interested in. On some Arduino boards, pins these are the same as these. 11, 12, and 13. This is why many tutorials instruct you to hook up those target pins. If you find this wiring more practical, do they use old style wiring? And then you'll connect it like that, I assume. Wait, they're not actually showing you ever using ICSP. Well, you are here actually. But it's the other way around. They're always showing using these pins, but they should be identical, right? And there are these connections that I've done as well. Program the bootloader. If all the wires are set, you need to switch to the board type you want to program with the bootloader. The step is mandatory to select the proper bootloader code and fuse configurations. I mean, it's already flashed with the bootloader though. Programming procedure checks the signature of the microcontroller before any writing action is taken. Well, maybe it has an old version of the bootloader or something, and that's why it's not happy. But why would it just flash itself? Oh no. It's not. Oh no, it's not. Never mind. I was thinking it's not because I modified the thingy, the file that is used to upload, like the compiler and stuff, is it? But surely not. Surely it would just not use that if this is not selected. Anyway, let's try and upload a thing again, I guess. Examples. Arduino ISP. Also, I wonder if this is just like a bug in this version of the Arduino SDK, which is quite old. Because SPI clock. I mean, I'm not going to change any of this stuff, but. I wonder why it didn't work. Let's try to upload this using this again to here. Upload. Okay, didn't do anything. Upload. Compiling. Okay, it's uploading, it's flashing, and it's done. Okay, now we have the heartbeat thing flashing, which is nice. When it first turns on, it flashes green, and then it flashes red, and then it flashes blue. Is this just a thing they made it do as like a test? I'm curious. I want to see what they made it do. LED P mode. Sorry. Start. And P mode flash. I'm just curious about why it's doing the flashing green, then flashing red, and then flashing blue. Like it goes like beep, beep, boop, 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 boop. Green, red, blue. Thank you for the hydration, Ty. Hi, Ty. Hey!
Cheese.
Why? Why? Gotta find the rest of it. Oh well. Couldn't see the code that does that. But anyway, it is now flashing the blue LED. Like, smoothly up and down. Ramping. I see, Ty. I'm actually kind of hungry at the moment, so... it wouldn't actually be that bad. I mean, I'd prefer it not on my face, you know? Or in my face, not on my face. Yeah, thank you for the hydration. Hope you're doing alright. Ah!
Cheese?
I cannot reach it! Okay, so why the hell does it not actually do the thing? If you're as ISP. This one. This one. Oh, let's try burn bootloader. I really hope I don't like break something when I do this, but let's try it anyway. Oh my god, it's doing the thing! The green LED was flashing. Okay. Wait, is that just because it... Wait, is that just because it was... Okay, I can't tell if that's just because the first LED... Oh my god, I can't speak. I can't tell if that's just because the first Arduino was being programmed or not. Well, I mean, the Arduino is still pulsing the blue LED, so I think it might be working. It hasn't replaced whatever was on there, at least. Okay, so now let's try to flash something else, I guess? The blink one? Arduino as ISP. Right? Upload? I've got the blue heartbeat still. Blue heartbeat, blue heartbeat. Nope. The red flashed for a moment, and now it's uploaded onto the first Arduino. And there's no longer a blue heartbeat. But there is a flashing pink LED on the board as well. What the fuck? So it is flashed to the second Arduino as well. What the fuck? Why is it flashing to itself and the second Arduino? Or did it just do that when I did the burn bootloader? It might have just been the burn bootloader thingy that did that, actually. Well, there's a way to find out. We could, like, do the thing where we... wait, this is really ridiculous. If I have to re-flash this Arduino ISP every single time I want to upload a new thing, that's actually crazy. Flashma, yes. This is... Is it just uploading to both? Every time? Because now that I've flashed the... This is... Okay, now that I've flashed the... This Arduino ISP thing again, the pink LED on the board that's controlled by the second Arduino has stopped flashing as well. It's like... No matter how I upload something, it somehow always uploads to both. This is so weird. It is file upload using programmer. That is not a thing, I'm afraid. Maybe our ISP. Put it back to this. You know what? I'm really curious about if I just upload like normal now. It was at some point. And maybe it is now, and I'm still using the old one that's not like that.
When the Arduino is flashing like an LED, the UX brain is crashing without any remedy. Remedy is nuts.
Oh my god.
Haha. Gotten.
Why did she pronounce remedies correctly, but she didn't pronounce remedy correctly? It was like remedy, wasn't it? I think.
When the Arduino is flashing like an LED, the UX brain is crashing without any remedy. Remedy is nuts. Haha. Gotten.
Why did she say the haha got him so well as well? How dare she? How dare she? Okay, I'm gonna put it back to Arduino as ISP. I'm gonna try to flash the blink, and I want to see if that actually does make the pink LED start flashing again, or if it's just burn bootloader that did that. It did flash it. It did flash it. But it's also flashed it to the first Arduino. That's so weird. Okay, hang on. Let me just cut power to the entire everything and then plug it back in. No, it really is. It really has flashed blink onto both Arduinos. Is the upload under the sketch menu? Oh, it is. Wait, what does this do? Wait, using programmer. So wait, what would it normally do? Okay, wait, let me try that. I just clicked the thing I didn't mean to click. Get out of here. Okay, hold on. Let's reflash the flasher. The Arduino ISP. There. This is using the Mark II. Yeah, that's okay. Okay, now we have the blue heartbeat again. Now let's try the blink again. This time using sketch. Oh, wait, hang on, let's actually set the program. Arduino as ISP. Now let's actually try the using programmer. Like, what is it normally then? Okay, anyway, let's press it. It's so weird it's uploading to both though. I don't understand how that can possibly be intended behavior. Anyway, let's try it. Boop. It worked. It absolutely worked. It just worked. It just worked. My thing is stuck. Wow, it worked. So I guess that I can't even work out. I guess that it was happening to reset the LED before. Sorry, it was happening to reset the board before because the default state of a pin like went low or something and the reset is active low, and then it just received the same programming signals that the computer sends to the Arduino. The first Arduino and the second one received it as well. Very confusing. Anyway, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ericsson, really. It works. After burning the ISP to the first Arduino, then use the flash for the programmer to program the second one. Yes, it worked. It worked. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, this is really cool. We can flash the Arduino, or Admega 32AP, without needing to take it off the breadboard and back on now. That is super nice. But you know that I'm going to click this upload button instead of this, and then have to keep on redoing the flashing of the programmer, because like this is just the button I press when I want to upload. And the programmer is already set to this, so why would you not upload using this? Ah! Doesn't seem to be an option to change that silliness. Let's look in preferences. Doesn't look like it, doesn't. Check for updates, use accessibility, display line numbers, verify code, save and verifying, use external editor, enable code folding, or cold folding as I nearly said. Alright. Alright. I don't think there's anything else, any other option to do that. Anyway, let me see if what the power consumption is like when it's reflashing. I wonder if it goes higher or something. Why is it showing up as... Oh, I see. No, I don't see. On the wrong thing, hold on. There we go. Ooh, I get to see how many milliamps the LED is drawing now. When the LED is off, it's about 14.6 or 14.2, and when the LED is on, it's about 18 milliamps. So when you look at that, it actually is about 4 milliamps after all. Okay, I have to be quiet now because people are going to bed. So I'm going to go into quiet mode, which means I boost my volume on the mic a little bit like that. I adjust the noise gates again, hold on. should do. And yeah, now I can speak more quietly. And because people are coming to bed. So yeah. I mean, let me just see what if the current goes up a lot when it's uploading using the programmer. This time. No, it doesn't. Nice. That's fine. Okay. That is very, very nice. This is working. So I actually want to run like a series of tests to see how much less power stuff uses. Learn to use shortcut for uploading it. Yeah, I should. Control Alt U was right. Control Shift U, okay. Control Shift U. I guess I should do that. Okay, so keeping the LED on the board was actually useful because that shows that the Blink upload worked, which is very nice. I'm gonna go to calmer music right now. Let's go to this. Muscle memory is your friend? Yeah. Would it just always... What would happen if I chose this? And I did upload using programmer, because the programmer is... You know, the programmer is set to... where is it? The programmer is set to this, right? So surely that should work. Using programmer. Let's see what it does. An error occurred. Interesting. I guess it doesn't work. An error occurred. It doesn't even say that it was to do with serial or anything. Interesting. Okay, I need to move some things so that I can easily use my keyboard without, like, breaking things. But I still want to be able to probe this, so let's move all of this over. This Arduino Uno board has like some really sharp connections on the underneath. Thank you for the posture check. I'll do that in 1 sec. I'll do the posture check in a posture sec. Hold. I need to untangle some wires here. Ah. There we are. This actually feels like really nice, as in like really reassuring that in the future I will have a way to reflash an Arduino Uno if I accidentally, you know, like if I mess it up mid-programming, if the multimeter probes, which are completing the power circuit, come out mid-programming, it should just be fine. I can just reflash it. Also, thank you for the post check. Let's do it. Yeah. Done. I'm actually going to go to calmer music than this music and chill just a little bit. And we might even get the music made by Emiman. Should be fun. Don't be sure if I just play it. This is really a kind of nice minimalistic track made by a friend of mine when she was extremely recently learning to make music. It's like one of the first things she ever made, and I actually really like it. It's just minimalistic background music, and just I like it. And what is my hand tracking doing? I swear. What am I gonna do? We don't need blink anymore. So I want to see the difference in power usage for each of the CPU clock speeds, which is going to be a little annoying trying to make it pause for the right amount of time. So test CPU speed. I'm going to try and make a function called test CPU power. Because speed was all about seeing how the pulses got further apart, right? The actual speed of the pulses. This is from like how much power stuff gets used. So let's call it void test CPU speed. And I'm gonna move some of these trays of wires out of the way. Actually, I should really just put them in. Like this. There we go. Okay. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna step down through the different CPU speeds. I'm just curious about how much of a difference it makes. I can't really run at less than 8 megahertz, but I'm curious. Yeah, I just want to see what happens. I just want to see. I'm also quite curious to see if running it at a lower speed while it's in sleep mode has an effect as well. Because I think it's possible that might be the case, because you know, there are other clocks that are also derived from that clock. Anyway, let's do a thing. Let's say how do we do this again? How does my own code work again? We've got set clock div 0 up to 8. Oh my god, okay. And every time we're halving the speed. So set clock div sure. And set clock div we're gonna do this in a loop, so forever let's yeah, just do nothing, just delay. Let's wait like about 3 seconds for the thing to settle. And every time I do this, I have to halve this number roughly. So maybe I should choose a nicer number that can divide slightly more easily. So let's try that. And we'll go down to 1. And this divided by 2. We can actually do this programmatically, couldn't we? It goes from 0 down to 8. So what we could do is while actually 4 index of the divisor equals 0 and div is less than or equal to 8. And what we're going to do is we're going to set the clock div to this. And then we're going to delay by this halved a certain number of times. So the way we divide it... well, we're just going to want to shove it to the right a certain number of times. That is this, right? That's literally it. I think I said. I think I said. I think what I might do is also just pulse the LED for a moment when it changes, just so that I can see that it's still responding. Let's just pod B equals B. So which one's the LED? 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. And also a tiny delay. Well, this delay is going to get longer. It's going to start as a 1 millisecond, and then it's going to be 1 millisecond shoved right by 8. So it's going to be like 256 milliseconds, right? What's shoved left by 8? Is that right? So something like that, anyway. But hopefully 1 millisecond is enough to see the pink LED flash. I'm actually not sure that it is. Flash LED. Set new CPU. Clock speed and Wait for 3.2 seconds. So I can measure the power consumption. That should be enough. But you know what? Let's do it about 4 seconds actually. Because I want to be able to like read it, you know, with my mouth and stuff. Isn't div declared? It's not. Thank you. Okay, let's Control Alt U, right? Oh, Control Shift U, sorry, Control Shift U. Redefinition of void test CPU speed. Oh, what the fuck am I doing? This should be test CPU power. What am I doing? Okay, let's upload. Just want to make sure it doesn't go over 20 milliamps. Did I click the upload button? I did. Okay, you say muscle memory? This is going to take an extremely long time for me to stop doing this. I've been doing this for like a very long time. Like, you know, over a decade is going to take a long time to unlearn. I might not ever get unlearned. Okay, it's doing the thing, it's done the thing. Let's Control Shift U. I'm gonna change to the lower measurements. Oh, I can't actually, my multimeter goes, it skips from 200 milliamps down to 2 milliamps. There's no 20 milliamp measurement range. Oh well. Okay, let's see what it says. Control Shift U. Did it do it? Oh, an error occurred. Do I have the correct uploader selected? I do not. That'll do it. Control Shift U. Waiting. Okay, we're getting the green flashy LEDs. Alright, it's running. 14 milliamps roughly. And now it steps down to 9.7, 10.2. Now it stepped down to 7.4 to 8.1. Now it stepped down to 6 to 7. I guess I missed one of the steps. Now it's like 5. I'm missing some of these flashes, I can see. Like 4 or so to 5. It's so like jumping all over the place. Okay, and now it's back up to 14. So it makes a big difference when jumping from 16 to 8 megahertz. Below that, you get massively diminishing returns. What is the upper rightmost button on the green bar? This one? Save, apparently. Save and open, you know, the standard symbols for saving and opening. Download and upload. I don't know why they couldn't use normal icons. More to the right, this one? I think it's for including files. Oh, it's actually for adding the additional tabs, interesting. Which are for showing other files. But it's not for including the other. This one? The serial, wait, the serial monitor? I don't want to set up, I don't want to try to do serial pod stuff with this because when I decrease the CPU speed it affects the baud rate. So I could like just keep shutting down and reinitializing and double the baud rate, I guess. Yes, that would work. Maybe. Maybe. Okay, this is pretty cool. That's pretty cool. That works. That's good to know. Maybe I should be graphing this. Although there are probably already the tables at the end of the thingy that would tell me this. At the end of the thingy. The you know, the thingy. Data sheet. Okay. At the very beginning, can I press the reset button here to make it reset on there? No, I can't. Okay. Would have been cool if I could. Wait a minute, let me try holding reset on here. We get so much more stable readings when the... Oh my god, okay. I'm gonna disconnect the heartbeat LED because that is causing the current measurement to be changing a lot. Okay, I'm gonna read it again. Now we have way more stable current measurements. So let's say 16 megahertz, 8 megahertz, 4 megahertz, 2 megahertz, 1 megahertz, 500 kilohertz, 250 kilohertz, 125 kilohertz, and 62.5 kilohertz. Now my OCD requires me to do this. I'm sure you understand. So this is... Let's wait for it to restart. Still waiting. We're down to 4 milliamps currently. Okay, here we are. 13.6. 9.2. 7.2. 5.7. 4.9. Thank you for the pants. 4.4. It's a bit annoying with the flashing LED. 4.2. 4.1. 4.0. Kind of, roughly. 4.05 I should probably call it. Okay, so the current usage looks a little something like this. Thank you for the pants, F-Paul. It was you. So this is CPU speed, and then this is milliamps. Kind of cool. Me sick with fever? Aww. I'm sorry. Pan. Sorry. I want to graph this. Oh my god. Okay, so we have 62.5. Well, let's just do it this way. 16,000. Wait, can we stop using this silly, crappily hindered font? So we have 16,000 kilohertz, and then 8,000, 4,000, 2,000, 1,500, 250. 25, 62.5. Let's leave space for the heading. And then... Where do I change the default font for this program, I swear? 13.6, 9.2, 7.2, 5.7, 4.9, 4.4, 4.2, 4.1, 4.05. Milliamps. CPU speed. Kilohertz. Let's see if we can see how they change. I'm assuming it's gonna be like a starting steep and then going down to like a horizontal line smoothly. It looks a little something like this doesn't... What? There we are. What the hell? Why is it not XY? I thought it'd be XY. Since when do I need to use line? Okay, whatever. Anyway, there it is. Nice. It's not using the columns correctly. It says 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't know why this is... What? A1 to B10 data series. X values, A. Y values, B. Why does it look so weird? Oh, because the... Okay, yeah, because... Yeah, no, this makes sense. Because, you know, there's a huge jump in CPU speed and then a half, then a half, and then a half, and then a half. Yeah. So it's actually kind of linear when you look at it this way. But it's kind of cool, isn't it? That's actually almost cooler that it's that way. If we change it to a log scale on here. Yeah, then you see that. Interesting. Interesting. So if we could run at 10 hertz, it wouldn't be much faster than at 100 hertz. Wait, 10 kilohertz. Let's be serious. Let's not be too crazy. Okay, interesting. Okay, so this is just enable loop, no everything default, everything else default. So I have to do a thing. I'm not sure it's gonna appear when I do this. Okay, we're safe actually. I'll appear back on the screen in a sec though. I mean, I already am on the screen. I'm everywhere! And the stuff is nowhere. So I'm gonna bring the stuff back on the screen in 1 sec. Power saving this.txt. Okay, there we are. Now I can switch back. So, I'm hoping that I can run at 8 megahertz. There's another little timing test I want to do to see if I can do that. I'll do that in a bit. That will require the oscilloscope again. I want to see if a function that I wrote for like a modified, or I modified the talkie library, the thing that decodes the LPC-10 audio, and I want to see if that is fast enough to run at 8 megahertz. Hi, Ethereal Chinchilla, welcome. I was testing it on the, because I modified to work on the Windows, and I was testing it on there to see if I could get it to sound still okay while having like smaller data types and stuff like that, which I know will be faster on the Arduino because it's an 8 megahertz CPU. But we'll see if it's fast enough. How's Ethereal doing? That's a really cute emote. I really like that. That's this reminds me of Alley Cat. I know it's not the same sprite and stuff, but just the, you know, the way it's like two colors and stuff. Well, it changes to a bright orange for a moment, but yeah. Heavy Metal Queen. Interesting. I'm glad. Okay. What do I want to test now? I want to test the difference between... Yeah, I guess I do want to test the sleep thingy. We'll stay awake for like double this, I guess, roughly. Maybe a bit more. Say 150, and then this one will make it like 4,200 as well. But we're changing the clock speed to 8 megahertz already. So we'll shove that to the right by 1, because that's the... This is this, to compensate for half the CPU clock speed. We don't need to do this anymore. This was like a sanity check before, but I can easily measure with my multimeter now. We're getting really clean power measurements, so I'll be able to see if the code is working. So yeah, we're gonna see what difference it makes when we're in sleep mode. So this is gonna be running in a loop at 8 megahertz. So what we should see is 9.2 milliamps. And then when it sleeps, which is usually much lower, I'm guessing around like 1 or 2 milliamps. Based on the attempt of measuring it earlier, which was not super good. Queenie is a Hunt Showdown person. What is a Hunt Showdown person? Also owns a chinchilla named Thor. That would be funny around, what's his name? Well, his name is Thor, but I can't remember what his channel is named. Okay, Control Alt U to upload this. Hunt Showdown is it? Oh no, not Alt U. Control Shift U. FPS PvP game. I see. Okay, it's flashing. We are now seeing 1.2 milliamps. And eventually, when it wakes up, hopefully, there it is. It's saying 9.5, 9.3 milliamps, 9.2. I'm posting 9.3. So it's 1.2 milliamps when it's in sleep. In sleep, 8 megahertz. Now I'm gonna see what happens if I lower the clock speed. What if I change this to, let me just define a little thing here. Just gonna call it test clock div. Well, that's already city name. Current clock div is gonna be 3, sure. So we have it running at 1 megahertz. Wait, 16, 8, 4, 2, 1. So lower CPU clock speed. Pirate software, that's the one. Thank you, Kim. Thank you, thank you. Where 5 monsters and other players. I see, I see. And then we're also gonna do 150 shelved right by this, I guess, to get approximately the same. Okay. So this is gonna sleep for a fewer number of times. It's gonna be 150 over 150. Wait, what's this? 150 divided by 2, 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Roughly only 9 loops to get it to sleep for 4 seconds now, which is very interesting. So it's gonna be like half a second maximum sleep time, I guess. Which would be, well, it's gonna be like 32 milliseconds times 4 times 2, 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that is about half a second. 512 milliseconds. Okay, let's see if we get something less than 1.2 milliamps. So this is gonna be in sleep at 1 megahertz. Very curious to see if it's gonna be worth lowering the clock speed when we go to sleep. Not pressing that button. Control Shift U. Let's see, so we're at 1.2 milliamps. So loading, flashing. Oh! It does save a bit.
Ready?
Bredia! Hi, thank you, Dara. Is that like 0.85 milliamps? Thank you very much for the
Cheese.
not for the cheese. Wait, I can go into really accurate measurement mode now. It says 909 microamps actually. Let's call it 0.9. Thank you very much for the resub, Dara. How are you doing? Welcome in. Why the cheese though? Why the cheese? So this does save a little bit. If we wanted to actually do like a properly long delay of like half a second, well, we can't really go lower than this, can we? Because our resolution is then lowered to... Wait, no, I guess we could. I'm being silly. Why am I being stretched? What is this? I kind of want to modify my sleep function, actually. Let's try modifying my sleep function. How about we do the sleep thing, and as soon as we come out of sleep, we put the clock speed back up to whatever it should be, right? Like whatever it was before, sure. But immediately before we go to sleep, well, I don't think we can actually. We have a 4-cycle deadline here. We have a 3-cycle deadline. We have a 2-cycle deadline. And then we do this. Oh, you know what? Let's compare. Let's compare how much power is used when sleeping with the brownout detect disabled versus keeping it on. So right now this is with it disabled, so it's saving power. But now if I keep the brownout detection circuitry running, I want to see what difference that makes. So this is sleep with the BRD running. I am not disabled. So 8 megahertz is that, and 1 megahertz is that. This is fun, finally getting some actual numbers on this. Holding to not fall asleep. Why didn't you fall asleep, Dario? When, if you want to. Why not? Why not? Also, hi, Bisa Pleaser. Welcome. Or Bisa Pleaser, maybe. Okay. We are not gonna disable the... Why am I being an idiot? I've already made a function to just do that. So let's just not do that. It's gonna be like a couple of extra cycles that we don't have to do as well, but that's just, yeah. That's just what it costs effectively to keep it disabled, so I think I should include it in the measurement. Let's upload, not using that by pressing Control Shift U. Sleep with BRD disabled. Okay, it's uploading. We're getting 0.8 or 0.9 roughly. And now we're getting 5. 0.9. Okay, so it's going between this and this. It's like 0.8, 0.9, 0.8, 0.9, 0.85. I actually wonder if I'm successfully turning off the brownout detection. You must watch again. No, you don't need to do that. Exactly the same. Maybe failing to disable. Okay, maybe we're failing to disable. Maybe this and this are not working. Wait, of course this isn't working. Of course this isn't working. We have 4 CPU cycles to do this in. This is an OR instruction and then a set. That's 2 instructions. This is an AND and then a set. That's 2 instructions. Bam! We've already done 4 instructions. It's too late. And then we do a 5th instruction. And the 6th one to put it to sleep, and it's too late. So the brownout detection is actually not disabled. We need to work out what values we want to write ahead of time and then just write them one after the other immediately. Yeah, okay, no wonder that doesn't work. Okay. We're being too slow. We have to get this down to 4 cycles. So, let's have a look. What else does MCUCR do? Because all you can do is just like make a note of what this was originally. If it's got other bits that are important to us. Otherwise, we really don't care what the other bits are. We don't even need to worry about it, I guess. But I mean, we could practice too, but let's see. Okay, so we've got S and SE. These are for the sleep and the sleep enable. PUD, power reduction register. Wait, what? PUD. Wait, what? Wait, what is PUD though? Wait, why is it? Wait, wait, why are these grayed out? Okay, let's search for PUD, I guess. That's weird. Why is it not explaining on there? PUD. PUD. The pull-up disable. Okay, hold on. PUD. Pull-up disable. The PUD bit in the MCUCR register can be set to disable all pull-ups in all ports. No, I don't want to do that. Okay, so that should be 0. Okay. Okay. what was the other thing? IV cell and IVCE. So this can be 0. Let's see if IV cell and IVCE are also... Oh wait, they're right here. Interrupt vector select. Okay, that sounds very important. And IVCE, interrupt vector change enable. Oh, wait, it's got one of these protection things, so it's safe. IVCE must be written logic 1 to enable the change of the IV cell bits. So if we just write zeros here, we'll never change these. So it's actually safe to just write zeros here. And I don't want to disable this either. So that's 0. So that's 0 everywhere. So all I need to care about is these 2 bits. So I don't even need to be like worrying too much about what they were already. We can just write directly this. Yeah. And then I can turn off which bin? Okay, hold on. Turn off BODSE bit. Turn off BODSE. So BODSE is the 3rd one across. So whichever ones we turned on, we keep on, but the 3rd one across we turn off. Okay. Okay. That should do it. That should do it. This will just be one instruction, say, and then this. Okay, let's see if that works. Let's see if we get lower than the 0.85 roughly milliamps. I'm actually gonna go into... Yeah, well, let's see. There's a little bit of like, how to explain it? There's a little bit of bad calibration in my multimeter. When I switch from the 200 milliamp range down to the 2 milliamp range, there's like a tiny bit of offset. Like a reading that was flickering between 0.8 and 0.9 on the big range. When I switch to the small range, it starts showing like 0.902 or something and never dropping into the 0.8 range. So when I'm starting to have to measure like really small currents, I might want to switch over to the small range. But yeah, for that I have to make sure it doesn't go above 2. I mean, I don't think it'll damage it, but I just can't use the reading if it's above 2. Okay, let's try again. So this is with it not disabled. I just realized that I thought this was with it disabled. But it actually is with it running. So we should see... Okay, we should see a smaller number here now. This is with it set to 1 megahertz currently. And we'll tell it to try to disable it. Test sleep. True for disabling radar detection, and we'll see what actually manages to disable it this time. Just as a question, does sleep BOD disable work with Arduino Uno? Yes, yes it does. I'm using the Arduino Uno. Oh, you mean the thing in the AVR sleep.h file? Yeah, it probably would, but I'm wanting to try to do this myself. I'm wanting to like learn how to do all these things myself. Is why I'm like re-implementing myself. I know that in sleep.h there are all these functions to like take care of this stuff, but I don't know, the cool stuff to me is like learning how to do it and then doing it myself. I don't know, I just find that kind of stuff fun. I like the poking around and just at the low levels. Okay, I almost pressed the button I didn't mean to press. Alright, upload. Let's see if we get a different number this time. It's uploading. I'm seeing 0.8. But it's a very stable 0.8 this time. And not going between 0.8 and 0.9. So I'd call that 0.80 if I had to choose, but I don't have to choose. I can go to a more accurate measurement mode and see what it says. $886, jumping between 886 and 893 every now and then, which I assume is when it's like... Yeah, let's just call it 890. 0.89. 0. I'm gonna put this warning here to show when I'm measuring it in this with my multimeter in a different mode. Measurements marked with less than or equal to 2 MA were taken with multimeter current range at 2 MA instead of 200 MA. This font is maybe a little bit too big, but I've got it big for the chat. Meter has a bit of offset. Meter has maybe 0.05 milliamps. This is ridiculous to me that I'm in the milliamp range at this point, which is so cool. But then I thought, wow, this is like using nothing, right? But then I realized that's actually, the battery is actually not gonna last very long, even if I was just drawing 1 milliamp non-stop. If you had a battery that's like, I don't know, 600 milliamp hours, then, well, that could last for 600 hours if you're drawing 1 milliamp, and that's only barely over 1 day, 25 hours, which is not great. It's not great. So I'm chasing microamps. I am, and it's kind of making me realize that the LCD is probably going to be drawing way too much. It's probably going to be far over 1 milliamp, so I don't know. And the reason I think that is because of the driver that's built onto the LCD. Ink, here we go. Yeah, but then that wouldn't be able to change quickly enough, I think. E-ink would be cool, but like, even just like managing, like even just like 2 FPS without doing like a proper refresh where you like invert the pixels and then bring it back and stuff is would be a bit crap. And I saw a project where someone was using an e-ink thing and they kind of damaged it by not doing full refreshes often enough. Apparently you need to like do this full refresh where you do like the flip of the colors and then back to normal and stuff to make sure all the ink, like, you know, moves. And if you don't, it can kind of like permanently get stuck in some states, and it's, yeah. Supposedly, what is it, like every 4 or so partial refreshes you should do a full refresh or something? I don't know. I'm not sure if it'd be great for that, because the screen would just be like flashing all the time when you're using it normally, not when it's like being left. Okay, let me put it back to when this was, the browser tag was not running, and let me get a clean measurement when it's set to the 2 milliamp range. Let's put that to false again and Control Shift U. Also, I realized that the number of write cycles is like 10,000 for these chips minimum, so typical minimum anyway. So I don't actually need to worry too much. Okay, let's measure. Oh, that's hardly any difference. It's like 909. So is that like 909? But that's up to this range. 908, 910, 908, 910, 908. Yeah, I'm gonna call it 909. So we save a little bit here. We're saving what? We're saving about 20 microamps. Oh, that's crazy to me. I'm so not used to working in the microamp range. Wow. Okay. But there are other ways to save power, and now that I have such a low power consumption, less than 2 milliamps, and I can use this more accurate power measurement mode, I should actually be able to measure the effect of extra things being disabled. So this is working, and this is now working. It wasn't, but it is. Thankfully, I've been able to measure that it is now. So next I want to try disabling power to unneeded modules. Especially the 2-wire interface, which just seems to be ever present, like just always on. The 2-wire interface lets you resume from any sleep mode, which is kind of crazy to me. Where is it again? It's like around this page, wasn't it? 45. It was, oh, that was the system clock prescaler. Sleep is, oh wait, 48. 6, 7, 8, here it is. For some reason, you can always wake up. Oh, actually, yeah, no, there it is. You can always wake up if a 2-wire interface message comes in, matching the address of this chip. I don't know why that decision was made, but yeah, I'm not going to be using 2-wire interface, so I can absolutely turn that off. I'm going to be using all the timers, not while sleeping though, but I will be using SPI. I will not be using any analog inputs. And I don't know if I'm going to be using serial. I'm not using serial at the moment. For debugging I will be, but yeah, I don't think there's any reason to run the UARTs when this thing is fully made. So let's try disabling the 2-wire interface and the analog to digital converters first, because I definitely don't need those. Also, e-ink, yeah, maybe I should actually get an e-ink display sometime, as in like one that I can use myself. I have a Kindle which has an e-ink display and it's got custom firmware on it. I don't know why there was suddenly a craze going around like, did you know you can put custom firmware on your Kindle recently? Because I had it on there a very long time ago. But anyway, the battery's probably dead now, to be honest. Like, actually, probably not recoverable. It's been years, unfortunately. Anyway, it looks really cool. It's really fun looking at images on there, even though they're like grayscale. It just looks cool, man. It's like you're looking at them printed. I don't know how to explain it. It's one of those things that doesn't come across well in videos, I think. It's just a cool experience to look at. Your Kindle got bricked before I could software it? No! Wait, how did it get bricked? What do you mean? Before you did anything to it? Okay, how do you do the disabling power to unneeded modules? That was on page 54 and 55. Thank you for writing that down, Pasyuk. 54. Power reduction register, there it is. So we can definitely shut down the 2-wire interface. When waking it up, the TWI should be reinitialized. Okay, well oh, when waking up the TWI, sorry, I thought I meant waking up from sleep. Well, this we need while asleep, is the thing. And these we'll need as well. So are we writing a 1? We are writing a 1 to shut it down. So I guess I should write a 0 to this for the future. Power reduction, timing, blah, 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 blah. Okay, and the ADC. So we want bit 0 and bit 7 set to 1. I guess we can try turning off the USART as well, the UART. Why are there so many names? The serial, UART, USART. Asynchronous serial. It's bootlocked with a passcode. What the hell? Wait, what? How did you manage to do that? Like, was that while you were trying to do it? I actually don't remember even how I did it at this point. I think it was just like putting a certain file onto it. Because you could already put like ebooks onto it, I think. If not, I don't remember how I did it. I thought it just showed up as a mass storage device, but maybe that is a thing you can only do since being a custom firmware. Happens sometimes according to the forums, and that's what? It will just do that sometimes? Like the flash memory just degrades and then it can't like turn on anymore? That's that's horrible. I'm sorry that happened. Rest in peace, that Kindle. continuing with this, and here I'll continue with... wait, no. Yeah, I guess I will do that actually. So continuing with this while sleeping. Let's say using while sleeping, and I guess I will change my code to use this as well. Using while sleeping. Because that's about half a second between thingies like that, I think. So we will just set the CPU time. I guess I will build that into the sleep function actually. Yeah. Thank you for the hydration, Erickson. Have I considered to use other microcontrollers with low power consumption? I have. I looked into it at first and then realized that no one actually knows how to use the newer microchip ones. The newer AVR ones. I wanted to use an AVR one because I'm used to AVR stuff. But I've done a tiny bit of assembly in it before, even though I'm not using assembly right now, where it would make more sense, but whatever. Thank you for the hydration, Erickson. Wouldn't the BIOS also be flash degradation? Or some kind of degradation? I guess EEPROM degradation, actually. I'm not sure. Anyway, thank you for the hydration. Actually, I don't know now I think about it. Is BIOS like an EEPROM? Is an EEPROM different to flash memory? Would never suggest it's planned obsolescence to kill useful Android tabs that go out of warranty, so you can buy a fresh one. It was like 6 years out of its warranty. I'm not sure if that's sarcasm or not. I legitimately cannot tell. So what I could do is lower the CPU speed to like 1 megahertz. This is gonna be for... Oh, why is it keep going to Japanese? IME. Lower the clock speed to 1 megahertz, where 255 timer ticks equals about 500 milliseconds. It's very rough. If I work it out precisely, it would be 10000 divided by 1024 divided by 255. That's not right. Wait, why am I dividing by 255? It should be multiplying by 255, surely. Wait. So this is the number of megahertz the main clock is running at. I'm putting it through a 1024 divisor for the timer 2 clock source. So this many seconds per tick, and then there are 255 ticks until it repeats, so that's... Oh! I'm off by like a half! What the hell? Interesting. It's like a quarter of a second. Okay. In that case, we could like lower it even further, I guess, to 5. Also, we don't really want to set the clock speed down before we do all this setup, do we? Setting the clock div is a single operation, so this is 1 clock cycle, 2 clock cycles. Well, this starts the thingy, right? You have to do it within 4, so 1, 2, 3. We would actually have time there to lower the clock speed here. We'd have a single clock cycle where we can do that. Oh my god, is it worth it? 256? Well, we start at 0 and then we count up to 255, and I'm not the my interrupt is happening when it reaches the top value, which is 255, not on overflow. Because originally I had the top value set to something else. Originally I had to set to like 100 and 30 or something until I realized just how ridiculously short 255 ticks is. I originally had it set to 130 apparently. Flash and EEPROM differ in the gates they use. Oh, okay. Okay, so what we could put that here, I guess. I guess sleep in it. Wait, not sleep in it. Where's the clock setting? Something. Oh! Never mind, set clock div. I forgot the set clock div does a whole load of stuff. There's no way we can cram this in here. We'll have to do it at the top, sure, and then just eat a few cycles. You know, take a few cycles for the team. So 4 is 1 megahertz, and 5 therefore will be 500 kilohertz. 4.4, that would lower it a bit more. Won't lower it by much when we're asleep, but then that would be about 500. So that would be like 0.52, sure, let's call it 522 milliseconds, sure. It's kind of silly, isn't it, if we're timing up to this all the time. I feel like maybe I should be able to pass in like a number that we count up to in case I want to sleep for shorter values than half a second. Like, what if I just want to sleep for, I don't know, less? Well, right now I can't, so I could just make it so that you can. Let's call this top, val top, the value for the top thingy. Set to top A value. Ignore all this. Don't worry about that, that's irrelevant now. Okay, well, top. And that way, if I wanted to sleep, I'll have to pass it in here as well, actually. Ticks. Wait, sorry, what am I doing? This is the wrong thing. So this is, ticks, wake. And this will be num wakes, I guess. Let's call it num wakes new, because that's what this is going to become. Maybe num wakes target, I don't know. In case wanted, sleep duration is longer than max sleep time, I guess. EEPROM and its evil names WaruEEPROM. Oh my goodness. Evil nemesis, not evil names. What the fuck, I can't read. Okay, so we could like tweak this slightly. So we will pass in the ticks per week there. This should work then. We need to do this setup once at the start and then we'll loop around. Low CB clock speed. We won't do that until we've set up stuff because it's gonna take a bit longer. Maybe I should. Yeah, let's do it afterwards. That's fine, I guess. Probably. It's gonna be like a couple of instructions after we start the timer running and then we set the clock div. But that's gonna be well less than a single timer tick because a single timer tick happens after 1024 for the main clock because of how I'm setting it up. Somewhere. There it is. So that's fine. Well, I'll go ahead and say that's fine. Do we want to make a note of what this was before? I think I do want to make a note of what that was. Okay, where is it? Where is it stored? It's stored in Clopper, and it's the lowest 4 bits. Fine. Fine, let's do that. So once it's done, we'll, just before we lower it, we should store what it was before. Wait, what did I call it? How was I doing it? Was I putting ORG at the end, ORG at the start? Naming conventions. How do I make consistent naming conventions? ORG, okay. ORG clock div equals per, was it clock per? Make a note of the original clock speed stored in the lowest 4 bits. And at the end we'll restore that. Just the lowest 4 bits. Oh wait, no, yeah, we'll just call set clock div and we'll pass in org clock div. And I think I made my code automatically mask out those 4 bits, so we could be lazy, or not even lazy, but just yeah, not be wasteful, because this is already going to end it, so it's fine. We're going to end it here. Restore the original clock divider. Restore the original CPU speed. I guess I should see if I want to be explaining this more. Alright, that should make it run a little bit. Well, this will allow us to have like shorter sleeps, and also should use a bit less power because we're going down to a lower thingy now. We don't need to have to find this, and well, actually, yeah, we kind of do, because we still need to hit 150. So this is now going to be half of that, isn't it? But wait. What was this before? This was 1 before, wasn't it? We were doing it in 8 megahertz. Now we're doing it at 500 kilohertz. So half to 4 to 2 to 1 to 5. So this is going to be like a... What is this? So it's like times 2. 2. So it's going to be like 150 over 16, I think. Does that sound right? And then we're shoving it right again. Oh, well, I'm so confused about what I'm doing right now. What am I doing? We don't need to do this anymore. This is now like an absolute thing. We don't... Oh my god. So it's taking us back out. So this is now absolute because this is setting the thingy. Thank you for the pads. This, after this, is going to restore the original clock speed. So yes, let's keep that there. This shouldn't need this anymore. But we do need to change this. Actually, we don't. Let's just pass in... Shouldn't we need to just pass in 1 now, if I'm not crazy? So before, this would have been 150 shifted right, or divided by 2, once. But now, we're setting the clock div to 5 up here. So that's another 1, 2, 3, 4. 4.6875. Right, that makes sense, because... No, it doesn't. Should it be 4 or should it be 8? Thank you for the pads aspect, Unk. I'm confused about whether it should be 4 ticks or 8 ticks, which is, again, the same thing I was having up here where I thought it was going to be half a second, but it's actually quarter of a second, or the other way around or something. That is one way to find out. One way to find out. And we have to pass another thing here. So 4 counts to 255. And if it's 25, okay, we'll see if this statement is even true. If the statement is true, then we should pause for... Then we should pause for 4 seconds, roughly, here. Right. I think it's about time we upload and test. I wish you could see my multimeter display right now though. Also, we should get slightly better power usage here because we're going to be sleeping at 500 kilohertz now instead. So we're actually not doing that. Sleep with pretty disabled still, but this is like now going to be at 500 kilohertz. That's so cool to me to be able to say that. Sure. So it should be slightly lower. Why? Also, we're going to be doing fewer wakes, so... But hi, Psych. Welcome. Look at that stretchy plastic cheese. I'm pressing the button now. No, I'm not. I'm pressing Control-Shift-U. So it should restore the original. Okay, it compiles. We are currently seeing, let's go to the accurate measurements, 888 milliamps, very stably 888, so yeah, it is fractionally lower like I thought it would be. And it's staying here for a very long time, which is concerning. Why is it staying there for so long? It's still there. It's still there. It's still 0.888. I may have miscalculated a bit, just a little bit, about how long this is gonna take. May have been some miscalculations. It's still doing that. We haven't even woken up yet. We're still asleep. Imagine being able to sleep for this long. Must be amazing. Alright, I may have miscalculated a bit. Let's change this to a single sleep. And then we'll start waiting. I need to press the button again. Just a little midstream snack. I should... yeah, that'd be kind of nice, actually. Have we been going for 5 hours already? What the hell? Doesn't feel like... Okay, it's uploaded. Wait, did I actually upload it correctly, or did I accidentally do the wrong upload? Heartbeat is still working, so I must have done the correct upload. Still saying 888. Why are we never coming out of sleep? Eventually we must, right? I'm a bit paranoid that every time I look away it's changing as well. Let's try lowering this to having only 10 ticks instead of 255. It's combining, it's uploading, it's uploaded. It's... Alright, I think I've made a mistake somewhere. I think I made a mistake. Oh, but there we are, I just woke up! And now it's back to sleep. What the fuck? Why does it take that long? Okay, now it's woken up. Okay, let's tell me how long it takes to wake up. You got like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 seconds roughly. What the fuck? Am I... What am I... Thank you for saving the kidneys. I probably should. Thank you, Sketchy Irishman. Also, hi, Sketchy Irishman. I should do that in a moment. I will. I'm just gonna double check this. I'm also gonna turn this music up because I really like this one. Number of wakes, target, and then number of ticks. Whoops. These two numbers are the other way around to what I thought. But also that shouldn't have made that much of a difference because like one really long sleep should be the same as 10 short sleeps, so that shouldn't actually have made a big difference. Don't forget to watch the cat. Thank you, I'll do that in a moment. I'm gonna swap these back around. I don't know why I swapped these around again, because originally it was this. Do stop the timer, then we reset it to 0. Then we set this, so we should always, we shouldn't have missed, or maybe we would have actually, yeah, we would have missed it. If the target were 1, then I think setting the count explicitly means that the next value that we set, the next tick won't trigger an interrupt if I'm reading. So if we'd set this to 1, accidentally, that wasn't on purpose, it would have been counting all the way to 255 and then wrapping around before it fires the first interrupt. Okay, which is when we wake up. Okay, I'm gonna upload and see what happens. Tiny computer spotted? Yeah! Hi, Dinari. Okay, it's uploading. Let's see what happens this time. Okay, it's working. Now we're sleeping for, like, a tiny amount of time. Well, I mean, we're sleeping for such a tiny amount of time that I can't even... I can barely tell when we're waking up. It's like sub 1 second now, which is good, I guess? Question mark? Okay, hold on. I wonder what this was meant to be originally. Well, what value I was wanting to use originally. Okay, so the number of... I will save the keys in a moment, by the way, and also hydrate in a moment. I'm just trying to get my head around this. Let's make this 64. I'm really curious. I'm just having to re-measure stuff, basically. Recalibrate myself by observing, because I clearly have made mistakes somewhere. Okay, that still took less than a second to wake up. Why are we sleeping for so long as well? What the fuck? Sorry, why are we staying awake for so long? What the? Okay, I'm gonna put this back to 255 and this to what this originally was, what I originally thought it needed to be like that or something, right? I'm a little bit confused. Can it do computer stuff? Can it do computer stuff? I'm a little confused.
Nyan.
Yes. 3, 4. That's about 3 seconds sleep. 2, 3, 4. 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 2. Okay, it's roughly 4 seconds. This is very, very roughly 4 seconds. It's somewhere between 3 and 4 seconds. So okay, it's fixed. The problem was I had these the wrong way around it, I guess. Or something. Anyway, it's working how I expected now, which is good. I guess I'll do another current measurement just to see. Thank you for the hydration, by the way. It's coming out at 889. 889. Basically the same. 889. Yeah, 889. So basically the same. The only benefit is... I'm not sure actually. There's not really any benefit, is there? Why am I holding my water to my face? Yeah, I'm going to save the kidneys now. There's not really any benefit, is there? We now have to set 2 numbers. Well, I guess the benefit is that we can be more accurate if we want. We could set this to 1 and then set this to a really small number, I guess. Also, we have a better timing unit, because this is roughly 4 seconds. So this is like about 1 second. Yeah, I'm not quite sure why that is. 3. There, 1, 2, 3. It's more like 3 or 4 seconds. How often do you want to check for user input? Yeah, this is a bit of a concern. I will be... That's actually a problem, isn't it? I can wake based on key button presses. But I think it would have been better before, wouldn't it? It would have been better where everything was like... but that was too much power it was using still. There's too much power. I guess what I will actually do is... Oh no, it's okay. It's okay. I don't need to cry. When I really care about saving power, I can do this. And the only way to wake... And basically I'll do this when the long uke has fallen asleep. And also think that it's just like been left alone for a long time, I guess. And then you would have to press a special button to wake it up, which just sucks. That's not too great, actually. Otherwise, if I'm caring about making it respond quicker, I can lower this number a lot. And then increase this number instead. Ah, this sucks, doesn't it? This sucks. This sucks a lot. This sucks a lot. Thank you for the pets. Oh my goodness. Because originally, the reason I wasn't worried about that, Kim, is because like originally it was like 30 milliseconds, per wake, right? At 8 megahertz. But now that I know that 8 megahertz is like still wasting a bunch of current even when we're sleeping, I'm thinking, well, you know, let's lower the clock speed. Not quite sure why this is not really much lower though, but whatever. Alright, I'm gonna go and save the kidneys. I will be right back. I'm gonna stop delaying it. Pew. Also, hi Exie, if I didn't say hi. Hi. Also, I'll be right back. Wait, where did it? There it is. Hi. I return. Welcome, cool coding cat. Was Japanese indeed. I am going to close this calculator and this calculator and this calculator because there are too many open. And that notepad. And this open office calc. Yeah, I think everything else can stay. Okay, let's shift gears a bit. Let's look at this, the power saving register, the power reduction register, to disable the things that I'm not going to use at all. It definitely doesn't need to still have some of these things on. Like I'm just not going to use this. I can count the number of times I've used 2-wire interface on one hand, I think. Wait, no, I've never used 2-wire interface. I'm thinking of I2C. I don't think I've ever used 2-wire interface.
Ah! Thanks to Elaine for my sub-gift.
Elaine. Thank you very much for the resub, EXO. How are you doing, EXO? Welcome, welcome. Hi. Dun 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 dun. Wait, hang on. If I turn on this synthesizer and I load this, I type on there instead, and I bring it over here, and then I do this, and then I do this. There we are. That's this. Wait, but why? This is what the long uke thing is doing. Oh, this is a fun way of showing the in-key rollover, isn't it? Anyway, enough of that silliness. Such talent. Thank you, thank you. I take commissions for stuff like that. I actually don't take commissions for stuff like that. Actually, if you wanted one like that, I would do it. But anyway, that's not what I advertise. Thank you for the pats, thanks. Also, hi GD. Did I say hi to GD? I sometimes get confused between GD and Jokebro regarding who I've said hi to. Like, did I say hi to that person whose name begins with J and has roughly that number of letters? I'm not sure. Have fun? Alright. Bye bye, EXO. Thank you very much. Wow, just subbing and then sliding out again. Sheesh, thank you very much. I've not really been saying much. Okay, no worries. I probably didn't say hi then. In that case, I definitely need to say hi. Hi! Alright, now we're gonna test. Oh my god, quite no nuke. Now we're gonna test. I shouldn't use some of these things. Sleep in it, sleep wake, sleep. This is CPU speed. Test CPU speed should probably be in the test section. Let's put it down here. And then up here we'll do the sleep related. Okay, so next we'll try set or what should I call it? Disable turn off power to unwanted modules is what I want to call it, but it's a bit of a long name. Turn off power to unwanted modules. Top Tum. Perfect. Like I can't pass up on this chance. Turn off power to unwanted modules. There we are. In case there's any doubts about what it meant. I don't know why there would be though. Top Tum is a perfectly sensible name. Very descriptive. Anyway, we write to the Protwi, just the equally descriptive port, or register, sorry, and then we're gonna say bit 1. Can we have this on one side and this on the other side? Wow, that's small. Okay, so this one should be turned off. This one wants to be on, on, off, off. Shut down the 2-wire interface. I know I spelled it before. Yeah, 2-wire interface. 2-wire interface and oh, the other thing. Serial port. And trying to remember it. What's the other thing? What is the thing I'm not using? Oh, I know, it's short converter there. C or C is it one ADC? I feel like it's one ADC that's like multiplexed. Got a new phone, Samsung Galaxy Z6 Flip. That's a lot of little name pieces. Galaxy Z6 Flip. Watching on it now. Is it nice? I hate to continue a meme from years ago, but I hope the battery doesn't explode. Okay, that one changed. Let's see how much, if we can even measure the power that uses. Let's top tongue. And yeah, run it. See if it saves the power while it's awake as well. I mean, you know, maybe see if we can see the power being used. Test sleep. Sleep. I'm gonna put this underneath here. Okay, let's upload it. Error compiling, wait, what? What? In file included Arduino.h from sketch blah blah in void top thumb blah blah error L value required as left operand or assignment. What the fuck? Huh? What? Define B10131. What is this? Binary.h. Something equals 131. 1000011. Wait, what's the problem? Can I write to this? Does it know PRTWI? Maybe it doesn't. Why wouldn't... Oh, for fuck's sake. The register is PRR, Power Reduction Register, sorry. Protwi is the name of one of the bits. This is Power Reduction Register. Yeah, the time of the night is coming where I'm like, maybe my brain is turning off. Okay, so this is PPR. No, not PPR! PRR. Power Reduction Register. The 0B is for like what some C compilers support, but B something is defined in the Arduino as binary.h, which I'm actually using in my own DOS projects because OpenWorkCom, the version I'm using at least, does not know the 0B binary prefix. binary literal prefix. So I just import the Arduino's binary.h to define all of the possible combinations of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 bits. Actually, I don't know if B1 is even defined. It is! Amazing. Very derpy indeed. Okay, so let me just write these out as well. So that we've got PR to our interface, power reduction, timer 2. Oh my god, can we just... Ah! That works. Timer 2. Timer 0. Nothing. PR timer 1. Sometimes I really wonder how the order of these bits came to be. SPI. USART 0. So it's only the first one that's interesting. Well, I guess in the Mega there are 3 others, but they'll be in different registers probably. If it's even possible to do this power saving stuff on the Mega, the Arduino Mega. So 2560 or 1280. Like the 90s OS. Yeah! Yeah! The very same. I want to eventually make a game for that, though as of now I've just made small bits and bobs and I'm really being lazy, not doing some graphics things when I should be. Anyway, upload. We are now pulling. Okay, waiting for it to go down again. 890 milliamps. So, sorry, microamps. 890 is showing up as, which is funnily enough slightly higher than it was before, but like it's 1 microamp, so it's probably nothing really. So that's not really doing anything. What about when it's awake? Then we are pulling, have to change to the bigger range. Then we're pulling 8.9, 9.0. So actually we are saving a tiny bit when it's awake. Okay, this is saving power when we're awake. Interesting, but it's not saving any power when we're asleep. Okay. Mode on 3 type graphics? That's what I've currently done. And I did look into mode Y, which is like mode X, but the same as mode 1.3 in the sense that it's 320 by 260 Hz. And I hoped that it would be faster and stuff, but it turned out to not be much faster and to be a huge pain in the rectum. So I'm not sure, I might just stick with mode 1.3, especially since it's my first, it will be my first like DOS game. Maybe I shouldn't overwhelm myself too much. Okay, so yeah, 9. Oh, it's changing so much. Why does it go up high and then gradually come down? I just hit my motion by mistake. That's so weird. Why does it go up high and then go wee? I know you can't see it, sorry. Maybe 0.91 I'd call it, or 9.1, sorry. Not 0.91. Plus power reduction register makes it 9.1, let's see. I should really toggle that actually just to make sure that it's really working. I'm second guessing everything that I'm doing because these measurements are not super consistent. I guess now showing up as 0.892 milliamps. What if I had a more expensive multimeter? Uh, 9.1 roughly, 9.0, I don't even know. What kind of game am I making? I want to make it a game featuring this little creature. The very same little creature that this Tamagotchi is gonna be for, which is not a Tamagotchi. Known as the long uke, she's sliding across in pieces now, but if you look at her Twitch chat, she's in one piece. Well, she's actually in 3 pieces, but they're in the correct order. Just a derpy little worm-like thing that slides along anyway, and you're trying to protect her from... Okay, I'm partially making this because a friend of mine, Kat, who I should shout out, I'll shout her out once I've found the image. Oh shit, I don't have any of the redeems on here. Sorry, I don't have any of the artwork on here. Okay, hold on. Have the artwork and stuff on my laptop at the moment. What am I typing? Has colon cat. That's not a thing that I can search for on this one. Oh, where is it? From cat? This image? That's gonna be very dangerous to show on my stream because she draws a lot of NSFW stuff. Okay, I found a picture of the mouse mat, which has her art on it. I'm trying to find the actual original art that I think she posted. There it is! There it is! Okay, I found it. So, Kat drew this amazing artwork. And, it absolutely looks like sort of what you might get as like the cover of like a retro, well, you know, a game from like that era, which is really cool. And it's so cool, right? It's so good. It's so good. With like the little long eagle there as well, coming out of cheese. And it's like the cheese apocalypse alien invasion thing. Let me shout her out actually, because this is so fucking good. No! VT! Oh wait, shoutouts are not working. Anyway. Okay, I don't know why shoutouts are not working right now. This is really weird. Okay, I'm gonna restart my thing. I was having problems earlier as well. This is kind of worrying me.
FN connecting.
Maybe I did it too soon. Okay. Oh, there we are. There we are. Anyway, there she is. And that's her channel. She does art. She streamed more recently than 9 days ago, I think, but she just doesn't archive a lot of her VODs. So my shoutout thing looks for the most recent VOD and it thinks it was 9 days ago, but it was actually not. I mean, the most recent VOD is from that long ago, but it thinks the most recent stream was from that long ago. Anyway, there you go. I would highly recommend checking her out. She takes comms as well. But she just decided to draw this out of nowhere, which is really cool, so I then decided to pay her for commercial use of it. But anyway, yeah, so that inspired me with like the cheese invasion to make like a kind of tower defense like game, sort of, or like what was it, like, what was the name of it? Missile Command was the name of it, where there's like stuff coming down, and you have to like shoot upwards and try to like intercept the cheese and break it up so that it doesn't come down and rain on the long ukes at the bottom. And I've already made some music for it. Is this, since I probably should be ending now, is this the time of the night where I show the silly DOS things I've done and the music that I've made for it as well? I don't think the music is silly. Well, okay, one of the pieces of music is very silly and it's on purposely sounding silly because it's like the theme of the long uke and she looks very silly. I just want to try like a couple more power saving things. Let me try this. Enable built-in pull-up resistors on any pin not electrically connected to anything. I feel like this is going to be such incredibly tiny power savings, but I should probably try it. Plus pull-up. And then we're also going to have... It's not even relevant anymore. Missile Command, like? Yeah, there was this game called Missile Command. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. I think it was called Missile Command, I might be wrong. Missile Command DOS. Yeah, so it was like this game. Oh, actually, this is more like what I'm thinking of. Missile Attack. So you have these missiles coming down like this, and you just like have to. So Missile Attack, is that what it's called? Missile Command. Why does it say Missile Command and then it says Missile Attack? What the? Anyway, and you had to like try to shoot to intercept these. Like you can see, the same kind of thing was made on many platforms. And Yeah, so you had like a cannon down there, and you'd shoot up and try to match, you know, because these are like slowly moving down, and your thing slowly moves up, and if you hit it around there, then you know it doesn't keep falling down and ruin stuff. Right, we've got this over here now. Missile Command is the OG arcade one. I see. Had a trackball to control the cursor. I see. I feel like someone might have said that before, but I've already forgotten it. I had already forgotten it. So. Pull up resistance is what I was going to say. Plus per. Disable digital input buffers on the analog inputs. Analog digital, we'll call that. And then analog comparator, and then watchdog. This might already be off by default, and this also might be off by default. Plus watchdog. Let's just try to get these done quickly because I wanna show the DOS things. I feel like this is just like a matter of just writing a couple of values into registers and seeing what happens. Enable built-in pull-up on any pin not electrically connected to anything. I'm gonna do that another time, I think. These are easier to disable things. I'll just put that over here for now. This one's gonna be a bit annoying to do because I have to like actually put some brain power into it and be like, okay, which pins am I not using? What ports are they on? Let's set those to inputs and set the port value, which is like how you write out to the port, to 1. If they're set to input and you try to output 1, that's how you turn on the pull-up resistors. But yeah, the file says that like if bits are left floating, if pins are left floating, then wait, where is it shown? Why I said page 88? This doesn't look like page 88. Oh, there it is. If some pins are unused, it's recommended to ensure these have a defined level. Even though most of them are disabled in deep sleep, floating inputs should be avoided to reduce current consumption in all other modes where the digital inputs are enabled, like the main active mode. And the simplest method is to enable the internal pull-up resistor. Okay, so in the future I'll try that. Alright, disable the digital input buffers if never wanting to read a digital value from an analog pin. Which is going to be the case for me, I think, so... Why have I put this as the thing? 261? There it is. Disable digital input. Indeed, 0 to 5 digital input things, and these disable the thing. Alright, let's try it. When this bit is written to 1, blah blah blah. Okay, so that is DIDR0, not to be confused with DDR0, which is, oh no, it's not a thing, it's DDRA. It's how you set the data direction input or output mode. Alright, let's just quickly add this as well. Plus PRR, it's basically the same. 0.90. Oh, sorry, 8. Wait, what's this thing right now? Turn it on. Accurate mode. Oh, it's saying 0.893 now, 0.892. I wonder if this is like changing with temperature. 0.892 is what it's saying right now. Two mega amps. Okay, next we have... Oh my god, could you please... Why does it keep going to Japanese? Wow, this IDE is not designed for selecting multi-byte or wide character text. Holy, look at that. Okay, Okay, void, what should I call this? We're disabling digital input processor. So disable digital analog. Dig on Anna, sure. Disable digital input buffers on analog input pins. If, yeah, sure. Won't be able to do digital read or, yeah, pin. Pin is how you got the port input, right? On an analog pin. And then the open brace yoke, please. I think maybe it's about time I stop and just show some of the DOS stuff and then actually stop. Oh my god, it's gone midnight! It just went midnight! Look at the time! Look at that! Look at that! In that case, I should be going to let my room start cooling down. Right after I've done this. So we have this, which is called the IDR0. Oh my goodness.
Who I just in time to catch a Uke stream.
You are just in time. Hi, Yamano. I'm not quite ending yet. Thank you very much for the resub. How are you doing, Yamano? Welcome, welcome. Digital inputs. Disable register. Is that what it's called? 0. And here we have... we got a whole load of... What is going on? We got a whole load of... Nothing, and then there's ADC, ADC5D. ADC5D, ADC4D, ADC3D, 3D. And you've heard of 3D, 2D, and 1D, now get ready for 0 dimensional, ha ha ha, that's what it means. So you can simply set this to ensure compatibility, these must be written to 0s, okay, 0, 0, and then 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. That's it. That's it. Turn off digital input buffers on all 5 analog input pins. 6, sorry, I can count. Let's see if that reduces any power, shall we? Boop, no, not quite. Power consumption. Fox, hi! Hold on. Okay, it's uploaded. I'm saying 0.891 now. And... .0. Yeah, I'm not really seeing any benefits from this. Yeah, no, we're not the same. In fact, we're opposites. You're just in time to miss a Uke stream. What the hell? I'm just in time to miss your message. I'm sorry, Fox. Doing okay? You just got off work and had dinner. Wow, you really are like the opposites right now in terms of work. Put this on 1. .9. Oh, it's actually, wait, it's showing a lower number this time. What the hell? Man, this is so 8.9? 9. That's about 9.0. 0.890. This is so inconsistent. But like, this is all within the margin of error is what I mean, you know? And our comparatives might already be off, and this might already be off as well, so... Maybe I'll come back to this later. I reckon maybe we can't save much more. We saved a little bit here. You know, maybe, I think I'll stop for now. It's really flipping late, and we actually got like a whole load of stuff seemingly working, you know? I'm quite surprised about. I'm very happy about as well. I'm really happy that I'm able to, like, this is like, it's kind of a milestone for me that I've got the Atmega 32AP chip on the breadboard and the you know, the wow! Valk! Hi! I'm really sorry I'm about to end, although I was actually about to show off some silliness that I've done in the past to people who haven't seen it before, so perfect timing. Welcome, how are you doing? Welcome, let's go lesbians, hell yeah. You know what I usually say is when I'm gonna say let's be honest, I say lesbianist. Lesbianist to varying degrees of the pronunciation of the word lesbian in there. Welcome Yag and Val, how are you doing? Welcome Cheatington Live. Hi, I'm sorry I'm being really quiet. I'm not trying to do ASMR, it's just because it's just gone fucking midnight. Hi, I'm sorry to be swearing. Welcome, I'm sorry. It's me, I'm a weird cat. Hi, thank you very much. Wait, did I never say thank you for the follow Shy++ a while ago as well? And Slick Eye? And LPC... What? There were so many follows! I didn't see any of these follows! Wait, are the follow notifications not working? Well, they're working now. Thank you for the follow Cheatington Live. I don't remember saying hi to any of these people who followed. What the hell? Kim Knight Coda, I think, is the last person I said hi to. Oh, thanks, or not even. What? There are so many people. Oh my god. I'm so sorry. Raid Train. Hi. Let's be honest. Yeah, let's be honest. It's not a bad name, right? I love missing all the alerts and 30 minutes later. Go. Oh man, some of them were still coming through though. That's why I didn't notice them. Like the redeems were coming through. Yeah, I'm gonna quickly say thank you to everybody. Kumaita, I definitely said thank you to. And I think I said thank you to Sarah Silver as well. I'm not sure if I said thanks to Technosoap and Maximus. Kim Knight Coda? Circumzenithal, that is a cool name. Blushbot. Draka Machina? Miyumi, that is an adorable name. What the hell? That's actually really adorable. I actually have to give headphones. Okay, now I've finished being creepy. Elpigarok and Slick Eye with 2 L's. And Shy++ and Cheatington Live. Okay, there we are. I've caught up. There we are. So yeah, I'm like trying to work on making a little Tamagotchi style thing. It's me, by the way. It's me. I'm a weird cat. Hi, hello. Val, I haven't even shouted you out. Holy crap, I'm so discombobulated right now. Valkyrie, yes. Our shout-out's gonna work. They failed 3 times this stream already. Let's see if it works this time. Oh, wow, you are blessed. Pat. I'm a week late, but Zani can't get here soon enough, so we draw her instead. Speaking of artists, would you like to show off your art at all, Val? If so, just saying, because I have to do a thing to allow links, but if you have art tags that you'd like to pay, feel free. I'm about to record a tiny video to post on my... Well, I'll just to show it on stream, really, and I'm just using Discord as the way to transfer videos and files. You love paying art tags? Okay, one sec. You can probably post it now if you want. Could it be Grinch tags? Oh my god. Depends how NSFW it is. I'm not sure. I do remember you showing something on Aaron's stream. I'm just gonna record a tiny video because that is how I'm going to be... That is what I need to do already to show a thing. So... But yeah, can you have got other art? Okay, feel free to. I just assumed like for the one you're working on today. I'm just like... I want to show people what I've been working on physically because I haven't been using my webcam while I've been doing this. I mean, I've been using it. It's looking at my face right now, so it can't be looking at this circuit board as well, so I'm just going to record and then people can finally see what it looks like when this little thing does things and things and stuff and things. Okay, here we go. It's about to upload. It's compiling. 5 years later, here it goes. Blah 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 blah. And it's done. Yay. Okay, the video is recorded. Feel free to drop a link, Val. if you want to. No pressure, by the way. So yeah, what I'm working on right now is wait, let me post it here so that I can show it. I want to make it like a little Tamagotchi style thing, but it's long uke instead. This is a very rough work in progress of a new art style I want to experiment with. Don't mind if I have a look. Oh wow, that looks cool. Hold on, let me just get on the correct window. Look at that! Sheesh! That's cool! It's a work in progress as well. Man, I kind of want to see... If this is a work in progress, I kind of want to see it when it's done. Sheesh. Cue the things like eyes bulge out of head, honks, train whistle, awooga, all that stuff. It looks really good though. I'd love to see that. So thank you very much for sharing art tags. Why cheese? Well, why cheese though? Ah, you're welcome. I was wait, let me just quickly show this. Why? You don't have to do this, but hi Spider Lettuce. And hi Misty Bell. Cheese. It is cheese. There are a lot of cheese sounds, all donated by kind viewers. You too could donate a sound of you saying cheese if you want to, and then it can play. That's not just for you, Val, it's for literally anyone watching, but also, no pressure. Okay, so what I just recorded was this little video. Oh yeah, right, I'm wanting to make...
Delicious plastic cheese.
Why? I'm wanting to make a thing where, hold on. Why is it open on this screen? I'm wanting to make a thing that's like a little long uke Tamagotchi kind of thing, and it's like, yeah, it's very plasticky. Look at it, very plasticky. Very. Look at it. So it's gonna have long uke. Long uke is this little derpy emote combo, which is the flying across the screen in pieces. It's not that way, it's this way. I've only been doing this 3 years, I can't remember which way it is. And yeah, and in the chat it shows correctly. And yeah, it's gonna be a bit like a Tamagotchi kind of thing, but it's her. It's gonna be like a real LCD and stuff, and a little bit of sound and stuff. And right now, this stream, I've been trying to work out how to get this little chip, which is gonna be at the heart of it. This microcontroller to use less power. Anyway, here's the little video I just recorded because I wanted to show this earlier. Why is it so quiet? Can barely near myself up. Anyway, there we are. That's what this thing looks like when it's programming. It flashes some LEDs, which is kind of fun. Anyway, flashy LEDs are always good. Anyway, it's really late and I'm hot and I'm gonna stop streaming. However, just earlier I mentioned a little something about also wanting to make a little DOS game, like MS-DOS game. And I wanted to show some little things that I've done so far because it came up in convo earlier and I'm about to end anyway, so you know. Let me show you. Because there's some music I've made as well. I'm not sure the music. Where are we? Let me show the graphics first because there's not much to show, so I can easily do it. Nope, that's not the one. Dada! It's some long uke heads. Wow, that's not the one I thought I was running there. Okay. Well, what is the one that bounces around the screen? Oh, I can't remember. BMP2? T? I don't know which one it was. Whatever, who cares? These were just tests for drawing a bitmap on the screen. Oh my god, I just exited the entirety of DOSBox. What the fuck am I doing? Get back up here. What? I cannot... What am I doing? I'm pressing buttons on OBS instead of... it's all falling apart. Help. Okay, I think... Yeah. Hey to raid and run. Hey, you've been hanging around for a while. Take care of yourself, no worries. Yeah, do the things. Thank you very much for the raid. Please take care of yourself. I appreciate it. Sorry to be ending soon. I should be the one apologizing for ending soon after you're done. But yeah, take care of yourself. Thank you again, Val. messy, I should say. What kind of compiler do I use? I use a compiler called OpenWhatCom V2. But I don't know why it's a V2, but it is. So how do I do this? Yoff play. Yoff is a silly named format that I made to try to make it slightly more compact and easy to play. Basically, it's a bunch of messages that will be sent to the little FM synthesizer chip on sound cards, organized in a way where it's like there's just a delay measured in number of frames between each one. Yeah, that way it's just really easy to read through while the game plays, and it's like you just wait a certain number of frames, then you just shove a bunch of commands to the chip and then wait a few more frames and stuff. Anyway, and it's a bit more compact than the more general purpose format called VGM that is not even when the music was made, and it was made in yet another format. It was made in one thing that was converted to another thing that was converted to another thing, and it's just a never-ending chain of conversions. Anyway, it does actually end. It ends with Yoff. Okay, so I'm gonna run Yoff play now to play some music that I made. That's the wrong thing. Where's the actual one? That was some sound effects. Wait, what? Oh no, hang on a second. Have I stupidly hard-coded it? Hang on a second. I might have stupidly hard-coded this to not actually open a file and just open out.yoff every time. Or test.yoff? No, it doesn't look like it, does it? It actually looks like it is opening in. What? What the fuck's out.yoff then? It's the same thing! Yoff play. It's the same thing! Why is it always playing the same thing? Wait, did I not recompile this? I don't know. It looks like it should be taking a file name from the thingy, right? fnyoff is test.yoff. Did I just never recompile this? It looks like it should be opening the correct file, but it's not opening the correct file. Let's try recompiling it. And before I left it in a broken state. Oh, okay, that's probably why I didn't recompile it then, huh? No prototype found for function B get what the Am I really wanting to get into this right now? Huh? I'm guessing this needs to be something else. Underscore B. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Is this a thing I can fix really quickly, or is it not a thing I can fix really quickly? Let's have a quick check. What's it called? Underscore B get here we are. I need to include process.h for this. Okay, let's include process.h. Hash include process. This is all just to play some music, by the way. Allow for accessing past command line. Okay, can we how do we do this in like that? Found semicolon, but found, oh yeah, right, I saw that one as well. I forgot to fix that. Line 440. Oh yeah, this is no semicolon. Why? Third time's a charm, question mark? I don't know if it's actually going to play correctly, but well, at least it should try to play the correct file now. Hey! Oh, it's showing a mess at the top though. So this is a very silly sounding... Just imagine this face with that silly derpy sound. I want to show you the ending music after this because I'm really proud of that one. The Animal Crossing. Anyway, this is showing you what's going on inside as it plays, which is kind of fun. Commander Keen music? Yeah! It kind of is similar, isn't it? And I would say it used the same hardware. And it loops like this. I'm actually not sure how long this music is gonna play for, because I was imagining it like just sliding in. Thank you. And then it will loop like this. Except I haven't actually made my thing handle loops yet, so it's just gonna cut off abruptly. There it is. Let me just remove the bit of... Whoa, oh my god, I'm doing it again. Pressing up on the OBS instead. Just before I play the ending music, which I'm more proud of. Like, I'm actually probably proud of that. I just want to remove this successfully opened thingy because it's like drawing over the thing that it should be drawing, that we should be seeing. We can compile that quickly. And then we'll do yof play uke and .c. So this is going to be the ending music. I haven't quite got a proper start to it. But anyway, here we are. What? Wait, why did I type .c? So this is going to be like at the end of the game. And there's like, it starts with like a view of like some leftover like devastation from the invasion and stuff. And like the long ukes are starting to come out of their hiding spots. And like it gradually like, you know, gets happier sounding and stuff until eventually it sounds very happy. Like I'm imagining like a kind of a cutscene kind of thing. Bye bye Fox! I'm not starting screen. Really swapping left and right things. And here I'm imagining just like the long ukes with really happy, smiley faces and snow falling down and stuff. And then it unintentionally loops, and it's kind of not meant to loop. I need to give it like a proper ending like that and like show credits or something. Anyway, I don't know, is that what happens in the old games? Yeah, there you go. There's some music and stuff. The end. I should probably be ending stream actually. For real, for Famalam and all that. It's 00:25 and I didn't have dinner that I should have had 6 hours ago. Thank you for the pats. Ah!
Kaiser!
Why? Why Kaiser? Anyway, I'll maybe do a bit more of this some other time. It's still using a lot of currently. Why? Why the fromage? Also, good luck with the work, Fox, if I didn't already see. I am not sure if I said it wrong. Okay, it's time to start closing things.
Cheese.
Stop! Close. Close. Oh, it's already everything. Just kidding, there's also this. Close. This is a volume control, which is off screen. I think that's it. Yeah, I guess that's it. I could also show one more thing, if anyone's interested. This is the autism show and tell moment of my streams, I think. Thank you for the follow, Miss Bell. Because I do also make some other music. Why am I disappearing? I'm trying to hide the logo, not myself. Jeez. But yeah, I do also make... Oh my goodness. Help! I can't... Ah! Thank you for the flipping Prime sub as well. Ah! Oh my... Wait, I need to move this neon juice bottle out of the way. I cannot... Ah. Thank you for the saving the kidneys. I'm about to end stream though, so I'm going to refund you that because I'm going to save the kidneys as soon as I finish this stream. So, refunded or
Ejected.
as Twitch calls it. Eat food? I will do in a sec. I just want to quickly show you a thing that I made. Oh my god, I can show you the trans! Okay, wait, this actually was not planned at all. This actually wasn't planned at all. but I could show you this, which is a work in progress of a trance song. This is the first like actual full proper like full length thing that I've ever tried to make. I'm really proud of it so far. However, I have to finish it within like 5 days or so. And even though I made this progress quite quickly, I'm suddenly have hit a bit of a brick wall. So yeah, you know how it goes. So if I stop this, so yeah, this is a MIDI file and blah blah blah. Let's just press play. I've never tried to make like a full song before, and I've also never tried to make a trance song before. So it's, except for like on Dance EJ many years ago, but and it starts slowly and then changes and stuff and things and stuff. Basically, here's a super zoomed out view of it. Time to be late for work? No worries, Fox. But you gotta see this? No, don't be late for work. I've shown in some previous streams anyway. While this plays, hi Grandpa. My hand is stuck. It starts with this very minimalistic thing. Every time I touch this, it has slight timing glitches. On CJ is a name I haven't heard since I was in school. I also haven't used it since I was in school, yeah. Maybe we're similar ages, I wonder. I'm not about to dox my age though. What do you call that? Doxing, whatever. I need to find someone to... Shut up! Silence, Twitch. Find someone to pass you on to. Okay, there are 3 people who I could raid. While this plays, I'm trying to find a raid target. But hi Grand, hope you're doing alright. Oops, I'll tap to the wrong window. Yeah. Well, happy birthday question mark, Otterly? So the music has a very slow build at this point. And then something different needs to happen the second time around, because spoiler, it happens again the second time around. I mean, the same melody and stuff. I need to change the melody. And then here's the climax. I'm just spoiling everything, but... I think I found a raid target. I haven't raided this person in quite a long time. If it's not 7 minutes long, is it really trance? Right? This is the first time I've tried to do it. So now I have like the proper hi-hats and stuff, and different, whatever you call that, arpeggiated sound in the background. An arp, I guess, an arpeggiated. Or arpeggio, yeah, arpeggio. And there's a second build. I need to fix this part and stuff. But yeah, so it's like 5 minutes long in total so far, about 5.5. I mean, I've already planned out the length of it, so that's how long it's going to remain. I need to change how this sounds. I was originally planning on like, yeah, we're heading into the zone of things that I will be changing at the moment, so. This section is pretty much down. This is like, this section that is highlighted right now, or the square around it, is pretty much done. Ignore these stupid piano notes that are gonna come in a short time. There will be a piano, it will not be playing these notes. Finally, the climax arrives, and it doesn't back down this time. Sorry. And there's a chord progression change. There's a bunch of volumes that need changing. I thought there were 2 tiny notes, you can't even see them as well. There will be a piano part here. It's not done yet. What is this? And then it kind of goes back down to the more minimalistic ending. And stuff fades away. And I want to shout out the person who I'm raiding, but I'm aware that it's going to play music over the top of this. And yeah, this is just how it is at the moment. Okay, I'm going to shout out the person who I'm passing you on to. Wait, how long has he been live for? 1 hour. That's pretty good. Is the shout out gonna work? That's the question. It is! What the hell is shout outs are working right now? So maybe it was Twitch having a strange issue. Anyway, I'm gonna pass you on to Mordecai, who is a rather cool, but like, I really like the avatar because it's like, how do I explain it? It's like, anyway, he's working on the game in I think it's Unity, unless this is the one where he's working on the one in, yeah, this is in Unity. Yeah, I really like his avatar. It's like very minimalistic, low color count, and yeah, I don't know, it looks really cool. He's got a neat little setup. Very cozy vibe. Anyway, he's working on a game in Unity currently, making a game. So that's who I'm gonna pass you on to. And it's been a long time since I've raided him. I don't know why it has. Well, actually, probably because my sleep schedule's been not too bad recently. He's in Australia, and I'm in England, and they're like opposite sides of the country, but right now of the planet. But right now my sleep schedule's so messed up that I'm basically on Australian time zone. So let's take the opportunity, shall we? Alright, bye Fox. Thank you everybody for hanging out for so long. It's been like 6 hours. Wow, I just crossed the 6 hour mark actually. I'm now gonna stop and I'm gonna have some food that I should have had like 6 hours ago. Yeah, 6 hours ago. Well, I did eat like not long before then, so it's not like I've been starving myself. Anyway, you're all super cool. That's all for now. I'm not sure what I'm gonna be doing next. Maybe I'll do more work on this. Maybe I'll give in to my temptations to play Repo some more. Or maybe in Trackmania. It's been a while since I played Trackmania. Heaven forbid, maybe I'll continue working on the DOS stuff, although I don't have an urge to do that right now. This is the new, shiny, fancy, fun, exciting new stuff that I'm learning about right now that I've been doing on the stream, so that's why my ADHD brain, not diagnosed, is finding very fun right now. Anyway, that's all. You're all cool. I super appreciate you all hanging out and spending time. I'm gonna slide away now.